stringing the boys along with promises of treasure. Here, they let them believe that it's buried treasure when it's actually just, you know, the keys to all creation and the apocalypse, no biggie or anything, before finally making the dupe more or less obvious to the guys, although I don't think they ever quite got it. Angels known for their practical jokes. Though on that buried treasure front, I also share this weakness, guys, because Goonies never say die, and if you have to pester angels, well, you gotta do what you gotta do. It's buried treasure. Buried treasure aside, Raphael does slowly reveal that this mysterious medicine, and it's, well, nothing short of the most important revelation ever bestowed on human beings. So, what is it? Kelly witnesses a volume bound in blue silk with the title in the angelic or divine language, Amzes Nathezes Aharde, which apparently means either, quote, the universal name of him that created, universally be praised and extolled forever, or let those that fear God in our worthy read, or more simply, Loga, or speech from God, or somehow all of these. Within are 49 golden leaves or folios containing grids filled with angelic letters and numbers written upon with still wet blood, all bound together in the style of a book written in Hebrew or Aramaic. That is to say, written right to left and bound backwards compared to books in English or Latin. What commences on Good Friday of 1583 is the painstaking revelation of this volume to D. via Kelly. What do I mean by painstaking? Well, the first leaf is actually a 49 by 49 grid of entire words, about 2,400 words in total in the celestial speech, revealed one letter at a time in the order of how the words are read in angelic, but which must later be reversed to be written out correctly. This would be a bit like the Torah being revealed to a person who doesn't know Hebrew by spelling the words out using the names of the individual Hebrew letters. Beit, Resh, Aleph, Shin, Yud, Tav, Bereshit, which has to be then rewritten right to left as Bereshit, in the beginning. That's just one word of 2,400 or so, and that's just the first folio of the Liber Loga. This process is so arduous that Dee basically complains to the angel Raphael, who becomes so incensed that they storm out of the session not to return, though his office remains and the rest of the revelation occurs orally rather than with Raphael visually pointing to the letters in an exemplar text. Further, the first folio of entire angelic words is actually reserved in such a way that its meaning, with some exceptions, isn't at all revealed to Dee and Kelly, or any human being for that matter. I'll say more about what little we know about its meaning in just a moment. After the first folio is revealed, the longest strings of text in the angelic language known, what follows are a revelation of 48 further folios, with each containing grids filled with letters and numbers on both their obverse and reverse, with the exception of the last grid, which is a string of 105 characters set into 5 tables of 21 letters each. Confused yet? Great. Just go with that feeling, because things aren't going to get any easier or clearer from here. Before turning to what little we know about the actual grids of the Liber Loga, just what is this book supposed to be? The angels, and there are several angels at work in this revelation, including some OGs like Raphael, Gabriel, and Uriel, but also Elemensa, who goes by El, which might be a jealous nickname. There's Ava, who seems to be primarily responsible for the Enoch connection in all this, and hence the misnomer that the language or revelations or the magic associated with this system are Enochian. There's Nalvaj, now more famous for being primarily responsible for the angelic calls, for which we do have English translations, and will be the topic for the 3rd episode in this series, and Galba, who actually turns out to be wisdom herself and eventually provides the title for the text, Logos. From these angels, we get some clues about the nature of the text. Turns out, the Liber Loci is kind of many things at once. It's said to contain knowledge about the nature of God, the nature of the angels, but is also the speech by which all creation came into existence and how the apocalypse itself will occur. In fact, it will be used as a kind of final revelation to humankind, unifying and perfecting all religions and the herald for the end of the world, like Antichrist, Apocalypse of John, end of the world. Thus, Dee and Kelly are meant to be nothing short of, well, the final prophets, with the Liber Loci being the final scripture, which contains the divine speech itself by which the cosmos was created, and by which it will be, I guess, annihilated. Now, I'm not saying this is a bigger deal than buried treasure. Yes, it always goes back to buried treasure, but the apocalypse is kind of a big deal. Further, the text was first revealed to the antediluvian patriarch Enoch, and in fact, misknowledge of it said by the angels is said to have caused the sinful generation which was destroyed by the flood. It's exactly this association with Enoch, who was physically taken to join God without dying famously, that caused the text to be known as the Book or the Tables of Enoch, and how the whole sessions and the angelic language have now come down to us to be known as Enochian, for better or worse, mostly for worse. Though there's no evidence that Dee actually had access to the apocalyptic Enoch literature, which only completely survives in the classical Ethiopian languages as and only became known to Europeans in the late 18th century. Even the revelation of the Liber Loci to Kelly was physically demanding. He describes peering into the scrying stone such that a sword of flame would pierce into his head, causing him to sweat profusely and enter into a altered state of consciousness or trance in which he felt something moving about inside his head, which is just super creepy. After 15 minutes or so passed, the sensation would, quote, come to a rest, and Kelly could fluently read and speak the angelical language, a power that he lost when not in that trance state. Similar traditions of tongues of fire entering the heads of prophets is recorded as far back as the New Testament book of Acts, and is even depicted as part of the mystical visions of Hildegard of Bingen, who also developed a mystical language of her own, the famous Lingua Ignota, which I've actually made an episode about if you want to check it out.
No way. No way, dude. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm alright.
What's been wrong?
I just was sick for a little bit.
No, but is it like a head cold? Is it hantavirus? Do you have an infection? What's going on?
I do have an infection in my belly button.
Oh, so you were serious?
I have to, yeah, no, I wasn't making that up.
No. I didn't. So are you sick in like a head cold and you have an infection in your belly button?
No, the head cold is like pretty much gone now. And I was on antibiotics for like 2 weeks. And I have to get surgery on my belly button to get these like cysts removed.
Oh, so it's pretty serious.
Yeah, a little bit, I guess. If it gets worse, then I might need to like get like a more swift removal of those cysts. So,
do you have a surgery scheduled?
No, not yet. The doctor is supposed to contact me fairly soon.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
so we'll see. Hopefully, I can get it before July 29th when I fly to Ontario.
Yeah, exactly.
Or else that would be great.
Could you have the surgery in Ontario?
Uh, Possibly, yeah.
All right. And then when you're
I'll
supposed
have
to,
to see how long the wait time is.
right? That's what I've always heard with Canadian healthcare is that it's free, but it just takes a long time. Is that right?
Um, yeah, I think it depends what exactly the thing is that you need, but yeah, to get like an MRI, you might be waiting like 6 months, which is a long time if you need it suddenly.
Yeah, definitely. All right. How's your favorite pizza place?
Um, well, they're moving to all delivery, or sorry, all pickup now, which is a bold choice.
Yeah, dog. Do they still have that hot chick working there? Did they fire her?
Probably gonna get fired because they're not gonna need any staff up front really
All right.
anymore.
So
I'd
now,
imagine
so
to be done with less people.
now's your chance. It's a perfect opportunity. You get to ask her out. You get all the inside information on the pizza place, and if she says no or whatever, it's not awkward because she's not returning.
Yeah, I'll shoot my shot next time I go there.
Yeah, you better hurry
I
up.
feel
though.
like they might have already transitioned though to that pickup only crap. 5 hour wait time, pickup only.
That very well could be. Um, yeah. Okay. Um, I won't get on you for anything because you've been sick, and I understand that. Zoot has missed you. I have, of course, missed you. Miss Aquarius has missed you. We all wonder what was going on with you. So to just hear your voice,
I've been gone not long, have I?
yes, you have. You've been gone like almost 3 weeks. Almost no, 2 weeks, more than
No,
2
it's
weeks.
been like 2 weeks.
That's still when you are in here like 8 hours a day every single day for like a month. More than that, perhaps at some points, and then you don't come back for 2 weeks. Um, it's of concern. I know you sent me that thing on the pizza. I think on June 27th, and I hadn't heard. So, like you haven't been in here since around that time, and so we're at maybe 2 weeks to the day or something like that. But when you connect with someone every single day, at least sometimes multiple times a day for very long periods of time, it causes concern. So I'm really glad to hear your voice. Uh, so aside from all of that, anything else new in your life?
Honestly, nothing too crazy.
Did you have to? I imagine you had to delay the mural.
Yeah, I did, unfortunately.
So then, are you going to have to delay it perhaps till after August?
Maybe we'll see. I might be able to do it before I go. So it should be all right. The only thing I'm somewhat cautious about, I don't think it would be an issue, but like the insurance people were like, there can't. I mean, they use like vague language or whatever, but they're like, no vehicles in the immediate like premises type of deal, and it's unclear whether that means like on the parking spots that are along the road there, or if that just means on like the sidewalk. I mean, obviously there's no cars parked on the sidewalk, and the concern is for like overspray.
Exactly.
So I don't know. I've never, I don't think like personally experienced this like crazy overspray like that. If I'm spray painting a wall and at 5 feet plus behind me, it's gonna like blow back with the wind and land on a car, but I don't want that to happen. So
Oh,
have to figure that one out.
I would imagine you'd have to block off the parking spots in front.
Yeah. That honestly is probably what I'll have to do, and then, but in order to do that, then I have to go and get the approval from the town to block those parking spots. But that might be the only way. And if that's the case, that's fine. I can always do it in September because the mural festival wants to like paint over my spot anyway. So it's like I should just wait and then paint over their spot, even though it's my spot. Like,
Well, so when's the mural festival?
August.
Oh, so there's no way you're doing it. Unless you get it
Sorry,
done.
what did you say?
There's no way you're doing it unless you get it done in the next 17 days. But even then, your mural would only be up for like a month.
Yeah, it'll be up for like 2 weeks.
So then it's not in your best interest to do the mural, or at least not in that spot.
Yeah, no, I could wait till September and then just paint over whatever mural is there.
Why would you do that though? That seems like it goes against the artist's, like, I don't know, an unspoken code of artistry that like you don't destroy someone else's art, especially when that's your same industry. You go find another spot.
I mean, they have no problem painting over my mural that's there.
They haven't painted over anything, and they have.
I mean, if I do it now, then it probably would be handed over.
You don't know that for sure, but perhaps, yeah. But
Yeah,
I would
get it.
I would not paint over their mural. That could cause you some legal problems, but also the argument that it goes against the painter or the muralist code. Like, somebody's gonna. How would you like? And I understand you're saying, well, they're about to do that to me, and it's like, yeah, but you don't have like all the approval that you need for this. You only got about half of it. You did get insurance, and you did get the business's approval, but that was like 6 months ago or something. And now it's at the point where they're just going to do their mural contest anyway, or whatever, their mural festival. So maybe this isn't the best spot for it. Is there another place to do a mural?
I mean, there's always other spots to do murals.
So
I mean,
if you did a mural somewhere else, that's probably your best bet. If you were to paint over someone else's mural, you're going to get probably into legal trouble for that.
no. I mean, if you have permission from the building owner, they can't do anything. Murals get painted over all the time.
Okay. Well, the city though wasn't the city the one that was difficult? Was stating that you were going to have a problem with them.
That was the Business Improvement Association. That was being a little bit annoying.
Is there any way to be able to go to the Business Improvement Association and say, hey guys, I understand that this spot is slated for the mural festival. Do you have any other places that might be available? I already have the insurance, and all I would need to do is just block off the area for, a week, and then you're going to have a nice, beautiful mural. Here's my presentation of what I'd like to propose. It's not going to cost the city any money. Is that something you could do?
I already applied through their channel to be a part of the mural festival. and made it clear that I wanted to paint the wall that I already got approved for, but I don't think that will happen,
Okay.
given that I haven't heard anything back from that.
Okay. Well, you're not going to be in town for the mural festival, right?
No.
Okay. So I'm sure that they allow for other murals aside from just their one mural festival. They don't just necessarily do one mural a year. And if they do, okay. But um, it's not a bad idea, perhaps, to contact them again through their official channels, but also just make a phone call or go down there and just introduce yourself. You're a presentable individual, and you'd say, "Hey, I just want to show you some of the mock-ups that I'd have. I'd like to perhaps propose. I contacted the mural festival. I didn't hear anything back, and that's okay. I had already received approval for this one area that somebody else is going to be painting on for this mural festival. No big deal. But is there an alleyway or a front area of an area, a front part of a business that perhaps may be available? If not, would it be okay if I contacted some of the business owners of the area? And if I got their approval, could we perhaps you know, have some type of discussion to be able to do this? I just want to do this the right way. I want to make the town as beautiful as possible, and most of all, I don't want it to cost anything for you guys, and I want it to be beautiful. I want to add art to the city. Is that so out of ridiculous to ask?
I mean, I think it doesn't hurt to ask,
Yeah.
but I already applied for their mural festival and did not. Doesn't look like that request has gone through.
Even if they let it go through, you still can't do it during their time. So that's fine. It's no big deal. You can just say, "Look, I would like
Yeah,
to."
some of them got painted earlier though.
Okay, so maybe I don't
I
understand.
believe.
Does the mural contest or the mural festival, do they do multiple murals around the town?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Um, and so you're saying that like they just didn't pick my choice?
Um. Yeah, basically.
Okay, but they didn't tell you one way or another.
No.
All right. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea to just send a follow up email or even call them or even go down there and just say, "Hey, I sent this on this date to this email. I didn't get a email back that said it was received, or thank you for your submission. I'm looking to inquire whether there is an opportunity here to be able to do a mural in town. I really just want to help the city, and I want to help the city for free, and I want to help the business district. I want to help beautify the area. So if there's any place where you deem that my art would perhaps be an improvement to the area, please let me know. Like then you have a connection there, as opposed to just sending out an email or whatever, a contact page or something.
Yeah. No, that's true. I do have one. There's another spot that I just thought of that might work also. I doubt they're gonna paint for the mural festival.
Okay. Is it something that you could just go to the
I'm looking at this giant wall right now that belongs to a school that I wanted to paint
school?
as well.
Schools are going to be tough, though, aren't they?
I mean, no, this school already has a mural on it.
Oh, okay. Is your city known for murals?
I mean, not any more than any other city, probably.
Okay. Like my city, everything is beige, and you're not allowed to have murals. Literally every house is beige. It's like a pre uh, it's a pre-planned community, so they're really really strict on everything. Even what color beige you use, everything is beige. Um, well,
Well, that's lame.
yeah, I mean, I should say there are some neighborhoods that, because they've been grandfathered in, that are a different color of like beige or white or something like that. But and like I think the house across the street has like a gray, is like a little bit of a gray, but you can't just do whatever you want, and especially from a mural standpoint, they really limit these kinds of things. So, but then there are other cities like the neighboring city allows for murals. There's a lot of Chicano art and stuff like that that people have. Um, so there are some cities that are like kind of known for their murals, and others that are kind of anti-mural. And in your case, it seems like you're in a pro mural area. You're also in a not unrelated topic, but I just keep hearing the sound of your city in terms of the Bigfoot phenomenon. It's like ground zero for Bigfoot. Do you know that?
Yeah, Squamish Sasquatch.
Yeah, it's like really, um, it's very well. It's just like, aside from like maybe Vancouver itself, basically, like I mean even more so. It's like ground zero for. Do they have any murals that have Bigfoot?
No,
Okay, I'm not.
but
I'm not suggesting that.
it's not a bad idea.
I'm not suggesting that.
They've seen like bumper stickers and stickers that say Squamish Sasquatch.
Yeah, I could see that.
I think the correct term is Sasquatch, even though they're Yeti and Bigfoot are all interchangeable or whatever.
Yeah, it depends on what area of the world you are. Um, I I was just inquiring. So, all right, with the mural thing, it might have to be on hold for a little while, which is no big deal. But I wouldn't stop following up with the people um of that business council or whatever, because like, what do they have against you? You haven't done anything wrong to them. You didn't paint when you weren't supposed to. You you just want to share your art, and so you can give them your proposals. If they're like, we don't like these, okay, fine, what do you want? And they'd be like, oh well, we want a picture of flowers and of the sun and all that. Okay, well, fine, here's a proposal for that. And once they approve it, like, what I'm saying is the squeaky wheel gets the oil. And if you continue to inquire about this, you'll eventually be able to paint an area. And then let me ask, if you paint that one area, um, what's the goal then? Is it just like, hey, I'm like a featured artist in the city, and I'd like to go do murals in other places?
Uh, yeah, basically.
Okay.
Um, yeah, I didn't really even care that if it gets painted over. I just wanted to paint it and then have a picture of it so that I can show off the work to other future mural festivals or businesses. As yeah, it should. The design I have in my head is really interesting, and so I think people like it.
Okay.
Um,
Um.
so yeah, the only thing is like the overspray thing. It's like a gamble a little bit, but I don't know. I've never spray paint. I need to like ask what the likelihood of that is occurring, because I feel like it's pretty low. Like if you're spraying a wall like in front of you, like I don't know. It seems from when I've been spray painting, it seems like any excess paint like just dissipates and fades away. It's not like traveling 5 feet behind you.
It depends
But
what you're using. If you're using an industrial paint sprayer, the likelihood of overspray is much higher than just can spray paint. Um, but that's
Yeah, no, this is canned spray paint.
yeah, but that's a big one. I mean, it's an aerosol. Uh, if you really want to negate any kind of issues, you just have a tarp or and drop cloths. Then you're not going to get anything else. So you basically take a tarp, create like a little tent, and then you spray all you need, and then you have no worries about overspray. If that makes sense, you make sure it's well ventilated.
Yeah, I would just need to build like a barrier of tarp between me and like the cars parked on the sidewalk,
Exactly, and you,
which
and it's very cheap to do. You need a roll of painter's tape and clear drop cloth, and you just basically create like a lean-to or like a little tent above where you're going to be spray painting, and then roll like basically at an angle down to the sidewalk, and then you want to make sure to also protect the sidewalk as well because there will be overspray there, and then you're kind of all set. Do you understand what I'm saying?
yeah, I don't like the wall that I'm painting. There's like a wall with a sidewalk, and then behind the sidewalk there's parking spots. So I would need to create like an improv like wall to shield the cars that would be parked on the sidewalk.
Yeah, and the fortunate thing is the drop cloth is very cheap. Uh, you probably could get a couple of them with some painter's tape for under $20, and that will protect you for
So I
the.
have to hang it somehow to shield the cars.
Well, the thought is this: so you've got your wall. 2 feet above the wall, you take the painter's tape and the drop cloth and attach them to the wall, and it basically creates like a little triangle area where you can work into, basically like a tent.
I see.
You get what I'm saying? Yeah. And
Then you're really like in like some weird like fumey tent.
well,
a
so
little bit.
no, so
I mean,
here
yeah, it's open on the sides.
it's open on the sides, exactly, and so you're gonna
But
have
it's like
it's gonna
a
be
weird thing to paint in.
okay. So then you get a respirator if you really have that much of an issue, but you cannot run into issues with the cars. If you did, you're gonna get complaints from the car owners who are gonna sue you, and then your insurance might not allow you to use them again. The city's definitely never gonna let you come back, and you're not going to be able to finish the mural. Most likely, they're going to stop you immediately. Do you need a permit? Who gives the permit to do
Yeah.
this? The city, right?
The yeah.
Okay. So, have you ever inquired about getting a permit?
For the parking lot closure.
No, just the entire project. Like, I know the business owner was cool with it. That person seems really cool. But the going to the city and saying I need a permit to be able to paint on during this week, whatever. Have you ever inquired about that?
No, I got approved for the permit to paint already.
Okay, so you already did get a permit.
Yeah, but I won't be able to. Like the insurance is saying that in order to insure you, there can't be vehicles, and so I'd need to contact the district and get the. There's a different type of permit where you close the, like, occupy the whatever parking spots. So I'd have to ask them if that's possible to get. Because
Okay.
I need to shut down the 3 parking spots for maybe a day or 2.
Okay, is it in a downtown district?
Yeah, it's downtown with limited parking spots already.
Okay, so you might run into an issue where they would say, okay, we'll allow this to happen, but it has to be these 3 days or whatever. It can't be a whole week. And You're
No, I can get it done in like a day or 2 days max.
okay, and well, chances are you probably need more than 3 parking spots, depending on the size. How big is the wall?
No, there's only 3 parking spots that are near the sidewalk.
Oh, okay, then you're fine. How big is the wall?
Like 25 feet or something.
Oh, it's really big.
It's decent, yeah.
And then you're gonna have to close off the sidewalk as well.
Yeah, I already have pylons and signs to do that.
Okay. And the signs say what? Sidewalk closed. Please use other side or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good. Um. Well, I don't know exactly what's going to happen with it, but it'll be a challenge. How late in the year can you uh, do muraling? Like, could you do it in November, or the weather's not ideal then?
Uh, Probably October on like a nice day.
Okay.
If it's above like, I don't know, like 15, then you can do it.
Okay. Do you get a lot of snow?
No, not where I live. It's like Seattle, just rains all winter.
Okay. But when you go up into the mountains, that's where you get snow, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
you gotta go up a few degrees higher.
Okay. So, I mean, maybe you just you just say like, "Hey, I got sick during the summer, and I'm gonna be going on back home or whatever, and maybe the mural time was not right, but maybe next year in the spring or something like that. You already have all the pylons and signs and stuff, so and the paint generally isn't gonna go bad. You know, it's gonna last you until next year at least. So, all right. Well, that's that. Would you like an update on everything that I've been doing?
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say Fighter and the Kid. I was like, hell no.
No,
But
but
yeah,
I will.
what are all these people doing in here in this call? There's like a bunch of people here.
They're mostly
Or no, that's Brendan.
they're,
Brendan
mo-
streams.
they're
Mostly the same people.
mostly Brandon. Miss Aquarius is in here, and Jay Ski was in here. But all right. So, um, I've been reaching out to people to be on their podcasts, and I I don't really know what it is, but like every so often I have to ask for the firmware on the router to be updated because like my internet will drop out or whatever. It'll be like slower. And then once they do it, usually it's good for like a couple months, but then they have to do it again or whatever. I don't understand why, but that has been that's been a concern because I've wanted to do more and more podcasts, and I don't like when I don't have good connectivity. So I did a podcast with a woman on Tuesday, just a small podcast, no big deal. It was like just audio or whatever, and then I did another one on Wednesday. And Wednesdays it was a 2 hour podcast, and unfortunately during the second half of the podcast, my internet was getting choppy, and so it wasn't ideal. Now this guy has 7,000 people on YouTube, so it's like a medium-sized account. On Spotify, he gets 70,000 downloads per episode, which is giant for me. 70,000 people to hear what I have to say, isn't that huge?
That's a good chunk of audience.
Exactly. So, that Spotify hasn't been uploaded yet. A good thing I would say though is okay. So we live streamed it, which isn't ideal. I don't think for um,
Mm-hmm.
the YouTube aspect of it, or like
No, I mean,
because it's
yeah,
because it's there are all kinds of technical issues that can happen. Like if Joe Rogan live streamed, that's different because he's
Yeah.
got people in house. But
Yeah.
when I do it, it's a little more difficult because all kinds of things can arise. Um, but it did go on his YouTube, but it's behind a member paid wall, so I can't say like a bunch of people have seen it or anything like that because he's he makes a lot of money though during his podcasts. And then I've got one scheduled tomorrow, and guess how many people this person has on YouTube?
Geez, I don't know, 100K.
250,000.
Damn.
That's big time. So I just need my internet to like hold out for that. And they did a firmware update today, so I'm hoping that it's better. And I just need that. And it's not a live podcast, but the thing is with this guy, it was so hard to get on his show. He does like supernatural and like UFOs, and but he's really serious about his podcasting, obviously, because it's his career. He's like a serious guy, and he's like, when I first wanted to be on his show, he's like, all right, well, tell me what you want to talk about. I'm like, well, I stream my life 24/7, and I'd like to talk about transhumanism and mind uploading and stuff. And he's like, we can't talk about that. Anything health related, I can't talk about. So I'm like, okay. What about the Roswell crash? We're celebrating the 79th anniversary was this week, and I'm like, what about that? He's like, at first he was like, okay, but then he's like, Roswell's been played out too much. No. So I'm like, what about the alien abductee phenomenon? And he's like, no, I mean, like, you're just gonna give me like um, you're just gonna give me like a timeline of what happened and the biggest events, which is fine, but I already meet with people who are real alien abductees, and so like, unless you have firsthand alien abductee experience, like no. So like a week goes by or something like that, and then I follow up with him, and I'm like, okay, well, what about Chaim Eshed, who is the head of the Israeli Space Agency, and his 2020 revelations about the Galactic Federation and how he was silenced afterward, but recently came out in June of 2026, so just last month, basically saying that he had a Men in Black encounter, and that's why he hasn't talked about it anymore. He's in his 90s now, and this guy's like, okay, that might work. So I put together like 80 pages of notes. Like, I have a lot of notes on this topic and an outline for him. And he's like, all right, let's do it. So we're doing it tomorrow, God willing. And if I get that one good, the sky's the limit. And then I've been sending these.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's huge. That's I'm so excited for it, Riser. Like you came in at the perfect time. I
How
slept
many views does podcast get?
each episode gets like 10,000 views. At least. And those are just recent ones, like over time, of course they build. So Riser, if somebody just so here's an interesting thing that happened with the guy on Wednesday. He's like, your internet's just choppy. And at the end of the podcast, I was like, can you please type in Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filter by live? And he didn't really understand. Like, I was like saying, like, you have to go to the YouTube filter and search, like change it by live. And once he did that, he's like, whoa, you have all these live streams going? I'm like, yeah, that's why my internet's so choppy. Like, because I'm just uploading more data than like anybody ever. And he's like, oh, this is giant. I didn't realize this. And I'm like, I know, it's a really big deal. So I'm gonna ask the guy tomorrow if he would do the same thing so that people can see, like, there's just a huge amount of data that I'm uploading here that's really exciting to for people to be able to see. And I then I also created 2 bots. I thought this was really smart. So you remember I told you I had created a Spotify scraper that was going through and getting emails for me. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that was really great until, and you know about this, that you start hitting that 1% threshold from Gmail, and then they start to put your stuff in the spam, and then they'll eventually just shut your account down. And I that happened with like 11 of my accounts or something like that. So I recognized, like,
So
darn it,
you're emailing podcasts from 11 different accounts?
yeah, because I didn't want to get flagged for any of them, but I eventually did. So then I was like, darn it, like, I wonder if there's another email provider that will let me just, like, I basically said to myself, you know what? I don't really care if my emails go to the spam box, because there is, there are certain people who do check their spam messages, and it's almost like, I'm not going to let that deter me. If I send out massive amounts of emails, it's a numbers game on how many people are going to be able to open my email or whatever. So I thought to myself that, like, but where do I get all these email addresses? So on Spotify, I was able to get like 1,000 for like a bunch of different topics, but it would take me like a week to get 1,000 emails. And I thought, I'd like to send out 1,000 emails a day at least. That would be really cool. So I went to ChatGPT, and this was I thought really smart. I would be like, hey, can you please give me 100 email addresses that are on like AI, and it would be like, I'm not allowed to do that. That goes against my, programming or whatever. I'm not allowed to build mass email lists for contacting people, which I don't understand why, but I do understand that there are already companies that do that, and they would probably have some influence. Look, we don't want you taking our business either. Um, so then I was like, can you do it for 50? And it's like, I cannot do it for 50, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, can you do it for 20? And then it's like, boom, it just gives me 20. And so I'm like, oh, so then I would be like, okay, well, do it again. And then boom, another 20. I'm like, okay, do it again. Boom, another 20. And so I tried it with 30. And like 30 was kind of the sweet spot, like where it would give me the emails that I needed. But, that's only like 90 emails or something like that. And I want huge email lists. So then I was like, okay, well, I'm going to go to ChatGPT and ask it for 1,000 different types of podcasts. I don't care what they are. I just need the email addresses. So it gave me a list of 1,000, and then I just basically built two large email directories, and I got like 27,000 emails over the course of like 2 days or something, which is a huge, huge, huge amount of emails. But not all of them have podcasts, but some of them do. And I just was like, okay, but I still run into the issue where, if I send out too many emails, I get spam. I get the issue with spam. But I'm okay if it goes to spam. I just can't have them shut the email address down. When they shut the email address down, then I'm fucked. But if it goes to spam, so what? So there are some people who check their spam, especially if you have a big podcast. You recognize that a lot of good stuff is going to show up in spam. So I found an email provider. It's called Mail2World. They have a bunch of domains, and the thing that makes them different is that you have to verify your telephone number. But I can do that. So I was able to verify like 20 different email accounts on two different computers, and now I have a bot that just literally takes a canned email of mine, grabs an email address, sends out the email once a minute. So I have two computers doing this, so I'm sending out 2 emails a minute, and a lot of these are going to spam. But here's the beautiful thing: if they go to spam, is people might check their spam right away, but it's in there. And so maybe they're checking their email 2 weeks from now, or a month from now. It's still in there. It's not like it just goes away like spamming someone's chat. It's there. It's a message. And it gives them.
Well, it might be really far down on the list if they get a bunch of spam emails.
That's true. But it's a risk that I have to take. It's either do that or only send out like.
You could always re-spam them again.
Well, that's the thing too. That's exactly right, Riser. Who no one says
spam the spam folder and be like, it's actually not illegal to spam the spam folder that's designed for spam.
It is
like 50,000 emails.
It is technically it's a federal offense, but nobody enforces no one enforces the Can Spam Act. So I thought to myself, okay, let's see if this works even. And like within 24 hours or maybe 48 hours, I got somebody who was like, hey, you sound like a real character. I would really like to maybe have a discussion with you. I was like, okay. But this told me like it works. If I get one person to schedule something with me every 1 or 2 days, that's huge. And then just today when I awoke, I looked and somebody was like, yeah, I'll have you on the podcast. When works for you? And he's like, I do it every Saturday like 11 a.m. or something, and uh, 8 Pacific. And I was like, okay, well, let's do it next week. And so it already has gotten me booked on some shows, which is great. I mean, I haven't been
You know that they went to the spam folder?
I imagine they did.
Okay.
When I send the email to myself, it goes to the spam folder. However, there are some people who check their spam folder, and
what percentage of people like check their spam?
I looked at this.
0.2%.
No, it depends on the the organization. If it's an individual, it's something like 17%.
17 is high.
It is very
That's crazy high.
It is very high. Now,
I thought it was gonna be like 1%.
hold on.
I mean, check it how like just like does that mean check it like once every year or like
that's exactly right. That's exactly right. That means that 83% of people are never checking it ever. 17% of people sometimes check it. It doesn't say exactly when, and then how many people actually read stuff in there? It's like 1.7%, but that's fine. The title of my email is not "Buy cheap Viagra at 30% off on this website." It's Rabbi Rothschild podcast guest request. So it's like, oh, this looks legitimate. So they'll click on it and then read through it. And
yeah.
So so that's where I'm at with that. But I'm stoked for this podcast tomorrow. And when the guy makes the podcast that we did live on Spotify, I think that'll be huge. That's 70,000 downloads. Like Riser, the biggest video I've ever had on YouTube is a first podcast that I ever did, or the second podcast I ever did, and it has like 750 views. I don't get that many views, and that's like my big issue, because I just flood people with so much content. Now, if you look at all my all-time views and all of my accounts and everything, I get tens of thousands of views, but it's just like a video of me talking, not like an interview. And so, but to me, this is the way to go. This is much better, even though I'm still doing the kick spamming and everything, but it's way better than that. It's better than, in my opinion, the Twitter Spaces, because Twitter Spaces generally are just a one-time deal, and then that's it.
It's also better, I think, than just having your own podcast, because when you're just a guest, it's like you're tapping into people's networks that they've spent all their time building.
That's exactly right,
so
Riser. That's why
just going for like max views. It's like you have way more impact by just doing like the podcast circuit, like a bunch of people do.
Exactly. Do you know how hard it is to get 70,000 views on Spotify if you have your own podcast? Like, it's even combined. It's such an up.
I mean, it seems like the podcast, like Spotify, is such an issue with AI, but I feel like, maybe there will be, like, there's already like AI Joe Rogan podcasts with like fictional Logan Paul scenarios talking about like DMT, and it was actually like it would like almost fool you if you never heard those people.
I agree.
I think they get like sued instantly for using their likeness or whatever, probably, unless they upload from like Russia with the VPN or whatever. But the at least with podcasts, it's for now kind of safe from AI being like Spotify will just push their AI music that's controlled by them into the algorithm and just like reap all the money from it. But
Well, this is different.
podcasts can't really do that as easily.
This is different than that. This is 70,000 real people. This guy is paid by Spotify. He's like a special Spotify partner. If I got 1,000 people to hear what I have to say, that's a huge opportunity, let alone 70,000. Now, the one issue is I think it's just audio on Spotify. He said that he was doing video, but he ran into some issues. So I think it just does
Can I
audio.
ask,
Go ahead.
like, do you know who Alex Hormozi is?
You know, that name
He's
sounds
like
really
this,
familiar.
He's like this like business kind of guru guy. And I was listening to him yesterday. Very like tactical business guy, and he'll take like all these businesses and just like he just like knows all these like different methods to get like to improve these businesses in like all sorts of ways, where it's like the ads or whatever for a moving business or like a cocktail improvement business. And you're saying like just on Instagram you can email like 20 or 30 people a day, like just DM them cold. If they follow you back, like you can follow them, follow a bunch of people, and then if they follow you back, you can DM as many people that follow you back. But just cold email or cold direct message, you can do like 20 or 30 a day. Which for a podcast, like I don't know, these podcasts, all of them have like Instagram accounts, so it might be worth just DMing 20 podcasts a day on Instagram.
Oh, for me, I do not do that. The reason why is I run into the issue where my account gets banned. Now, you're going to be like, well, just don't do 200, do 20. Even still, Instagram has gotten really, really strict on things, especially after they got sued. Did you know Meta got sued for $1.2 trillion just on one woman's death? Or one woman's like struggle with social media as a child or something like that. So ever since they've done that,
I heard this headline. I thought they were being sued for that, not like that they actually have to pay that.
no, they are being sued for
Did they
it.
actually?
No. They lost the case.
So they didn't.
They lost a different case, and they have to pay like a few $1,000,000. But ever since then, they have recognized that they have to be really strict on just all kinds of content. I'm not saying that emailing people 20 times a day or sending DMs is not a bad move. However, I value my Instagram account too much. My main one, it's got 10,000 viewers, 10,000 followers. That's a medium-sized account. I don't want to risk that one. And then all of my other accounts are like, they have like 4,000 videos and 6 people following. Like they're not big accounts. I do have some that are a little bit bigger, but they're just like I don't want to risk my main account, and so
I mean, couldn't you just do it from another account?
I can, but what I'm saying is that those ones don't have like. Okay, so let's say I just create a brand new account, and it doesn't really have much content.
Don't use the keyword Rabbi Rothschild. Just use like a viral or rabbi or something, or some other 2x thought. Like it doesn't really matter the username even.
Yeah.
Just be like, this is my spiel.
Yeah, I get that. But don't you get in Instagram? It goes into your spam Instagram box. It doesn't.
There is that box, but mine is. I used to get like all these like sexual, like clear scammy messages, but it goes into like the request, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then there's a spam. There's a you may know, and there's a spam.
Exactly.
So I didn't.
It's like
forgot that exists, but
it's a bunch of different
I don't
layers.
know. I thought
It's a bunch of different
I
layers in
thought
there.
if you
It's a bunch of different layers in there. And many people just have their DMs turned off as well. And they say, just go to our website and to the contact page if you want to be on there. So I've been doing that as well. So I don't want you to think that I haven't been doing that too. So that's another thing I've been doing. Basically, a lot of these podcasts just have a contact page, and you put your name, your first name, your last name, your email, a topic, and then a little bit of a biography and why you should be on the show. And I've said to myself, I'm gonna start doing those more. Um, I want to do like 100 a day, and I just have to treat it like getting a job. Like if I've ever needed a job, I recognize that it's about quantity, not quality necessarily. To send out a whole bunch of requests and see what comes, and the same is true with the contact email. And I've always had a lot of success with that. Um, and so the contact page is kind of the same, but I haven't focused really hard on it yet because I do have these computers that are doing this other stuff. And but like I would say, once my interview tomorrow, God willing, is done and it goes well, God willing, um, then I'm going to focus on the contact pages because I can do the contact pages during the day, and then when I go to sleep, I just turn the bot on and it just emails for me while I'm asleep. And then when I awake in the morning, there are people who have replied to my emails, and then I just have to reply to them. It's like a it's like a cycle that I do. Um, Now, I think that contacting people on Instagram can work for some people, but I don't have the. If I would do that if I had a contact at Meta that I knew if my account ever got banned, I could get it back, but I don't. And I'm in the subreddits for the Meta lawsuits and the Instagram disabled. Like I'm in all of them, and I just read how difficult it is to get your accounts back. Though I did tell you that one way. There was one way that somebody told me how to do it, or I read how to do it, and it does work. It's like incredible. You don't if you're a
incognito.
yeah, it was something like that. It was like don't do it on your phone. Go to incognito, put in a telephone number, and you'll get your account back right away. It's like some kind of loophole, and I did use it to get some of my accounts back. Um, but the Instagram route is just to me, even if I send out those messages, it has to go to requests and it has to go into like it doesn't it's not like they get a notification right when it comes in. um I do reach out to people on Twitter some, but only generally if they're asking for guests, and that has worked. I've done that. That's how I got on the first one in in the most like recent round that I've been doing in April. Somebody just made a 5-second video. They were like, my name is Mike Holt. I have a podcast. If you'd like to be on it, send me a message. And it was like, boom. The same happened with Tony. Tony put out a message, hey, do you want to be on a podcast? And boom. Um, so I am going different routes. But to me, just to risk the Instagram account is uh, not ideal for me. Especially when I can create, I just create these email accounts and send them out en masse. Another thing with Instagram is I like automation. I like being able to talk with you and be like, "Oh, my stuff's in the works right now." With Instagram, it's kind of more difficult. It's not impossible, but um, to me, it's not even worth automating if you're only sending out 20 messages a day. And like that's something I can do manually, but uh, it also I think depends on what you're doing as well. Like what kind of business is it? How big's your account? So I'm not saying that reaching out to people on Instagram can't work, but it's risky.
Yeah, yeah, no, I hear you.
It's like
Uh,
if I lose one of my email accounts, guess what? I can create another one in 5 minutes and go back to sending messages. With an Instagram account, it's they're gonna fingerprint your device. They're going to fingerprint your IP address, and Then if you, well, here's another big thing that happens is if you send out an email, you send out a message that gets flagged, that's in the Instagram system, and then any similar email or similar message that comes out automatically gets flagged. So you have to change it up. Not to say it's not impossible. I created a bot last week that was taking my message, putting it in ChatGPT. ChatGPT would slightly change it every single time, and then it would send it out. So I sent like thousands of messages that were unique just to try to avoid the Gmail spam systems. But then I thought to myself,
Yeah, you have to do that on Twitter too, or I guess pretty much anyone.
yeah, but not on email necessarily. Well, the thing with email is it will still get delivered to the person, and it's just perhaps in their spam box. But a lot of these big podcasters and stuff, when you send them a message, it will say, "Thank you for sending us a message. We'll look at it at blah 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 blah." So you get some kind of reply, like this is in the queue that somebody's going to look at this. Maybe they'll contact you back, maybe not. But do I know that the strategy works? Absolutely. I got booked for next Saturday by using it, and that's all I need. Like with any strategy that I have,
It's strange, like how difficult it is to just simply like contact people.
you're exactly right, Riser. And I
It's
feel,
like weird almost.
it is weird. It's the Can Spam Act, in my opinion, is too strict. Um, what like one less than you can have like 3 to 4 spam emails per 1,000 that you send out. Do you know how ridiculous that is?
Yeah, no, I mean you're guaranteed to get
Right.
flagged.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, we're here, Rabbi.
Aquarius.
Rabbi, I can't hear you. Rabbi.
You can't hear me?
Rabbi.
Excellent. Miss Aquarius, you ready?
What is this on my eye? Oh, I thought that was a bump under my eye. Oh my God. Hold on, Rabbi. It scared the crap out of me.
Riser,
Miss Aquarius, I don't have clam sickness anymore.
Nice. Nice.
There's a dog with a cone on its head.
Riser, I take it you're out and about, so you can't take a game invite. Is that correct?
Yeah, not now, but later we can play some mini golf with Zoo.
Oh, I would love that. Wonderful. I miss it, and I've been playing a lot of mini golf, believe it or not, and I got really
Are you
good.
playing ranked?
Yeah, I got really good. I was in the okay.
Well, you just want to play, Rabbi.
Okay, I'm gonna send you an invite right now. I got really good for like a week, and Plato had some kind of tournament that was going that I didn't realize I was in the tournament, and I got in the top like 2,500 people on Plato. The highest I've ever gotten was in the top 1,000. I got 996th, I think, at one point, and then
Yeah, be nice.
but it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing when you play with really good people, Riser. You know, we play this game like thousands of times, but they will show you new things like that I can't believe, like, oh no way. That's like a move that you can do. Like I've just learned a lot from these guys when you play really good
Like
people.
what?
I mean, it's kind of something I have to show you, but like, okay, like we don't have the holes named, but all right. So, do you know that hole that the you start at the bottom and you hit the ball upwardly, and like you kind of have to tap the ball as your tee shot and bounce it off of the Ferris wheel thing or whatever, the merry-go-round, and then sometimes there's a tar pit towards the end of the hole, but sometimes there's not, and then the hole itself is at the very top and to the left, and then has all kinds of arrows around it. Do you know what one I'm referencing?
Oh, No.
Okay.
I don't.
That's okay. Think about the whole thing.
If I saw it.
Yeah, you would know it immediately. That's why I was saying, like, we don't have them named or whatever. But I played this one guy, and he just did this drive on that hole. Nice strike, Mr. Aquarius. He did this drive on the hole, and it was like, oh, no way. I can't believe that you can, like, make this shot in one or easily in two if you just did the shot like he did. Like, just when you get the higher and higher ranks, the people know more and more, you know, like they've just played more. So anyway, I was playing this, and I was doing really well, and I was getting higher and higher ranked. And then all of a sudden, I got a message that said, "The tournament is over. You got a silver medal or something like that." I'm like, okay, great. And now, when you do ranked, instead of being 1 versus 1 on 3 holes, it's there we go.
Yeah.
It's instead of 1 versus 1 for 3 holes, it is 3 versus 1 versus, or it's like one. There are 3 people who play for 3 holes, and that makes it a lot more difficult because you're not in so much control of what you can do. Nice job, Miss Aquarius. Like,
Thank you.
if I'm playing mini golf against somebody else, 1 versus 1, and let's say I win the first hole and we tie the second hole, I can play really defensive against the guy and make it really difficult for him to score. But if you have 3 people, it's not that easy.
Yeah.
There we go, Miss Aquarius. All right.
Are people like being like dicks and blocking your ball, or are they just trying to get it in?
The higher and higher you go, the more they do that. And so then I started doing that, and I'm really good at it.
Like they'll just throw their ball in front of your ball.
Yeah. And they'll do like a lot of water bumping. Mr. Aquarius, you win, I win, I win, you win. Reload. And that can cause a lot of issues. And they're just like the moves they would make were like really interesting. Like, when you're playing 1 versus 1 against somebody, if they don't always play to win. Well, I guess they do, but like they will, like if just like I had said, if I win the first hole and you win, and
wonderful strike.
Thank you, madam. And we tie on the second hole, they won't play to win the third hole. They'll just play so that you don't finish the hole, so that they win. And they're like really aggressive. Nice. Miss Aquarius, good job. And I just find that to be, it's just an interesting way to play. It's almost like when you play chess or some other game against someone a lot, and you get in your routine, and then you play with someone new, you can see the game in a whole different way. And but anyway, they changed the rules now so that their rank is against 3 people, or I should say 2 other people. And I'm terrible at it. I went from having a rank, so the average rank starts at 1200, and I had gotten a rank of nearly 1500, which is almost in the top 2000. And then now I have like an 1100 rank because they changed the rules, or you play against other people. And I've just found it to be really extremely difficult to get in any kind of groove. But yeah. Our boy Riser, or our boy Zoo. Oh, Riser, I didn't tell you. Well, I saw the movie Michael, and I loved it. You know I've been talking about that for a long time.
You watched it without me?
Riser, you can't say that. You can't say that.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Excellent. Because I was going to say, I gave you like 100 opportunities. You know how badly I wanted to see it, and it was like, all right. So, I also saw Disclosure Day, and without going, because Miss Aquarius hasn't seen it yet, so I won't go into anything right now. But
Does Miss Aquarius care about aliens?
no,
I don't
And
care about the
and,
disclosure, but
like-
I don't want to say nothing about Michael.
yeah, she cares about Michael Jackson, not aliens. All right, Miss Aquarius, this is a tough one.
has she seen it?
No, she hasn't. That's why I'm not going into specifics.
Oh, yeah. Well,
But she'll be doing her.
yeah, when
Don't say
when it,
nothing about Michael. Don't you do it. Don't no. If you have seen the movie, don't no.
He hasn't. He hasn't
the
seen it.
movie's been out for like 3
No,
months.
don't tell me. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
Miss Aquarius, you win, I win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. All right, Miss Aquarius, wish me the best for my podcast in the morning. It's at 10 a.m. Pacific time, so God willing, everything goes well with it, and then we're gonna explode.
Yes, I will.
Excellent, madam. All right, you take care.
I'll be here.
Excellent. Jayski's been in here.
No, I need to say hi to him.
Excellent.
Alrighty.
All right, take care.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet
you
dreams
too.
to you as well, God willing. All right, so Riser, I sent you a podcast.
so
I sent you a
you're
podcast.
talking about Michael now?
Okay, yeah, I'll talk about it. It was, in my opinion, the best biopic. Well, it's the number one grossing biopic in global history. It outdid Oppenheimer, and it's about to approach $1 billion. And I just thought it was really, really well done. But here's the thing. Michael Jackson's life was filled with so many historical events that they couldn't fit them all into even the first part of the movie, or there's the idea that there's going to be 2 movies. But like the first part of the movie, they just didn't have enough time to fit in all of the different kinds of historical events. Like, what did they miss? He was on the Ed Sullivan Show with his brothers. They didn't have that. They didn't really go into too much of his move to Los Angeles. They didn't go into like all the stuff that he could have bought and just blowing up with money. And he dated like what's her name? I forget her name, but like some big people like Madonna and Brooke Shields, and like they didn't go into him ever at like the Emmys or the Grammys or anything like that, or the Oscars. There's none of that, because it's like every single scene is a really big event in his life. Even though like dating Brooke Shields or dating Madonna is a big deal, they didn't go into that. They didn't go into his like famous friends, how like he would have parties and stuff, and like Liz Taylor would have been there, and like Eddie Murphy, and like there's none of that, because I think it's a mixture of, we only have like 120 minutes for a movie, and also it's really hard to get the rights to all those people, because then you got to go through the Ed Sullivan channels and the Elizabeth Taylor channels and the Eddie Murphy channels, and so it's really just about, the first half of the movie is really about his life with the Jackson 5. They don't even go into Janet Jackson. Janet Jackson isn't in the movie, even though she's his sister. Because she has her own rights that they weren't able to get. So they were able to get his brother's rights, but not her rights, basically. So, but that's fine. The music is so good. Like, if you like Michael Jackson music, this is the best soundtrack of any movie that you're ever going to see. Riser, do you remember I made you watch the movie Air, and I was so like astounded by that soundtrack?
Yeah.
It's like a soundtrack like that. I mean, it's every Michael Jackson song from the 80s and the 70s and the 60s, and then his Jackson 5 songs. And they do a really good job of like recreating the music videos without showing the whole music video, and playing the songs without it just being like 10 seconds of the song or just like a sample of the song. They play like a long period of the song. It could almost be a musical. And the movie goes into like his plastic surgery issues, and when he adopted a chimpanzee named Bubbles. Like Michael Jackson used to travel from Europe to the United States and back, and he would take the Concorde, a supersonic jet, and it was like at the time $10,000 a ticket for a seat, and he used to buy his chimpanzee a seat on the Concorde, and people would think that was just absolutely ridiculous, but he loved his pet. And they show the chimpanzee. If I had any like qualms about the movie, the chimpanzee looks very CGI. It doesn't look very realistic. It looks like it just looks like CGI. But
They could have just used the real one.
yeah, I think they run
Or was
into
it a baby chimpanzee or something?
I think you run into issues. Chimpanzees are really really strong and can kill you. And so I think that they just didn't want to use that. Didn't want to take a risk with the actors and stuff. Um so and then it goes into like Michael Jackson had his hair burned during a Pepsi commercial, and that caused him like some issues with his looks and stuff. And it goes up to like 1980. I think the movie spans from 1966 to 1988 or so. But every scene is very positive of Michael Jackson. There's no negativity. There are no women who are like a love interest. There's no nothing about the child accusations or anything. There's nothing. In this movie, he hasn't yet bought Neverland Ranch, and everything is very positive. So I saw this movie and I was like, you know how I am with movies. I'm normally like not that engaged in them, but this one I was more engaged than most, and just because the soundtrack's just phenomenal and it was just really interesting. Um, and I kept looking to see how much time's left in this movie, and it's like uh, I was like shocked that like wow, it I can't believe it's over. Like normally I'm like, oh, finally it's over, thankfully. But no,
Isn't it like 2 hours or 2.5 hours or something?
it's like I think like 120 minutes, so that's 2 hours, so 127 minutes I think, and that's still a somewhat long movie, but they didn't put a lot of really big historical events in it, and I was okay with that because I understand that like it's it's like you uh, in my opinion, Riser, they could have made this movie a 5-part movie or even a 10-part movie. It's like he had that much going on in his life that would have been of interest to me. Now, I like Michael Jackson, but I'm not the biggest Michael Jackson fan in the world. But I do think that he lived a fascinating life and everything. So,
Would it have been a better TV show?
yeah, I do. I think it would have been better as like a 5-part series on Netflix or something like that. But it wouldn't have brought in $1 billion like it just did. So that's why they didn't do that. And
Yeah.
they had already made miniseries on Michael Jackson with his brothers called the Jacksons or the Jackson Five, and I think it was the Jacksons. And so they've already done that. This was the first time that you got to see a movie with Michael Jackson's music in it, like all of his music, and it's really really good. I mean, if you don't like Michael Jackson's music, then I can understand maybe you wouldn't love it. But if you like Michael Jackson's music, I was like, it even caused me to look up reviews of it. How couldn't you like this movie? And there was somebody who came in here. You know that guy who makes pizzas at night? His name's Paul. You talked with. He knows who you are. You talked with him. He's the one we were like, how long does a pizza take? And he's like, 12 and a half minutes, like start to finish. You remember that guy?
Yeah.
So he was in here, and I was like, "Did you see it?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "What did you think of it?" And I could tell he was kind of neutral on it at first, but then I was like, "Oh, I loved it," and he was like, "Yeah, no, it was good." And I wanted to find out like, how did he think it could be better? And he's like, he agreed with me on the chimpanzee, like that could have looked more realistic. Um, but it's like every scene is beautifully shot. He's the one who said the cinematography is really great. Riser, the acting is really good in it. Like you would think, like could Jafar Jackson be? So Jafar Jackson, I think, can be a star after this. Like it's not just going to be. He's not going to be typecast as Michael Jackson. He can be a star to the point where he could continue the Jackson family legacy. He did such a good job. He dances really well in it, but his voice to me is the thing that made it like he just sounded just like Michael Jackson.
Was he? Did he? This is like before he was like talking all like high pitched.
No,
stuff, or
no.
was he doing high pitch?
No, he's doing a high pitch, and he sounds like him. And
Wow.
yeah, I thought he looks like him. He does a really good job. The parents of Michael Jackson, Neil Long plays his mother, Katherine Jackson, and somebody else plays the father. They do a really good job. Like you don't like the father. The brothers are kind of just doing their thing, but it's to me like I was like, how can't you like this movie if you like Michael Jackson? So I went and I read a negative review of it, and I understand where they're coming from. They're like, this movie is only positive about Michael Jackson, but there were, he ran into struggles. It wasn't all positive. They go into like he ran into struggles with race. He wasn't allowed to be on MTV until some phone calls were made because they didn't want black artists on television, and they there were some things that he had to overcome, but the people were like, they don't go into any of the bad stuff that happened with him. And that's true. The movie's very rainbows and bonbons, or sun rays and rainbows, or whatever you want to call it. It's very positive. And, you and Zoot had said that that is something that seemingly is the influence of the family that they had on it by like editing the movie so that it just was exactly what they wanted, which I see. I mean, you can definitely see the influence there, but frankly, from a purely like interesting, like every scene is really interesting. Like the big scenes are him growing up, like getting beaten by his dad and stuff, him getting discovered with like Motown Records, him and his brothers and him, his brothers and he and his brothers becoming like pop stars, and then he where he breaks off from his brothers a little bit to go solo, and his dad did not want that. His dad just saw this as a cash cow. He like starts his own solo career, and throughout each one of these they have his every single song that he had, which is it's Thriller, it's Billie Jean, it's Bad, it's Ben, it's Gotta Be Starting Something, all of those, like I just thought it was really good. And for people,
Was it Jafar Jackson the whole time, or was it like a little like CGI younger Jafar?
no, they just had a young person who played Michael Jackson who looked like him as a child, and then and I thought the casting was really good too. Everybody looked the way that they were supposed to look, and Riser, they could have made this movie 5 hours and I would have liked it, even if they didn't go into the second half. What makes it really the other thing I didn't like about it, but there's nothing I could, if I had to rank this movie 0 to 100, it'd be like a 95. It lost points for the chimpanzee. It lost points because they just didn't go into some of the historical events that Michael Jackson could have been having. Like, do you know the "We Are the World" concert, or "We Are the World" song that they did in 1985 or so for
I think you told me about it before.
Yeah, so it's a song that has like Cyndi Lauper and Billy Joel and Lionel Richie and Stevie Wonder and Hall and Oates and Bruce Springsteen and Huey Lewis, like everybody of the 80s took place on this one song with Michael Jackson, and they don't go into that at all. And why not? Because you would have had to get the rights to all those people just for one song. And it's like, so I get it. I get that they couldn't do that scene, even though that scene was like a big part of the 80s, some people would say it is the most 80s song that you can have because it's all the 80s artists who basically did a song for, I think it was Farm Aid or something, to like end famine in Africa or something. But it's like, I get it. I understand. Um, so I was very positive towards it, and I I don't want to sound too positive. Like uh, it it could have been better if they could have had all those other scenes. I think it should have been longer, and I never say that about movies. I saw Oppenheimer. That was way too long. It was like 3.5 hours. Way too long. But like Michael Jackson's movie, which overtook Oppenheimer as the highest grossing biopic of all time, I thought was phenomenal. And it's only half of his life. Now, the other reason why it's not 100% to me, if any movie could be 100%, is it you know that something's going to happen. I described it like this. It's like, when you're on a roller coaster and you're clicking all the way to the top and you get to the very top, you're about to go downhill. Well, the movie ends right at the apex where everything's good. And I honestly could see this movie being 3 parts because there are so many events that happen that they couldn't cover. They have like 3 trials they have to get into. They have to get into the marriage with Lisa Marie Presley, Elvis's daughter. They have to get into buying of Neverland. They have to get into all of the kids stuff and being friends with Macaulay Culkin and Corey Feldman and all of those people if they're going to go into that. They have to get into like the world tours that he does. That he performed at he was the first like real pop star of the Super Bowl in Pasadena.
Did they show his concerts at all?
Yeah, they did, but it's like it's still smaller. They're not like the huge world tours, but yeah, they did show them. Do they look realistic? It's hard to make it look like 100,000 people are real or whatever. But yeah, it's realistic enough. They did like the Motown concert that looked real. They did like all they have to do is show the crowd a little bit and then show him on stage. So yeah, but you can tell that his like really big concerts where he does international tours, those are coming up. And this one was more focused, I would say, on the 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 music videos more than the concerts. Though the concerts are covered, and the music videos are just amazing. They don't show obviously like shot for shot the music videos, and that's okay because
They didn't like recreate them or anything.
they recreate some of them, but they don't. What I'm trying to say is like to show the whole song of Thriller, the whole music video. It was like if you've ever seen the whole music video of Thriller, it's like 11 minutes long. They can't do every single shot of Thriller. They have to just do like the music parts of it. Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you seen Thriller, the full version of it?
Yeah.
So it's really long. Well, you can't have 11 minutes of the movie just be shot for shot of that. But they do have him like dancing in the street like a zombie and like all of the dancing that they do in the choreography of that. And they do the same with Bad. And they go into like the moonwalk with Michael Jackson at the Motown 25th anniversary. They didn't do the Billie Jean music video, but that's because he did it at the Motown 25th anniversary, and that was more iconic. So they went into that more. Um, so this,
I mean, the cinematography, I think, in like the trailer, I saw like this like kind of like boom drone shot of like him coming out of like a limo, and then there's just like tons and tons of people out in like New York City or some city like surrounding him.
yeah, that's it.
What were like the coolest cinematic moments?
There's a scene where he's in some high rise in New York City, and he's like, "I want to get my music on MTV," and they're like, "Look, you know why they're not putting you on MTV? They don't put black artists on MTV." And he's like, I know what you're saying. I get that, but like basically, you're my manager, and I think that it's time that we move forward with this. And so the manager called somebody at, like, his manager's from CBS, and they call someone at MTV, and they're like, "Look, I want you to play Michael Jackson's new video in the next 20 minutes. And if you don't, then I'm going to take every artist that I represent, including Bruce Springsteen and Madonna or whatever, and Billy Joel and all these people, and we're not going to be on MTV anymore either." And then they show the video, and then there's like a shot of where the executive looks down after Michael Jackson leaves, and it's like Fifth Avenue, and Michael Jackson is just like closed down the street, and there's like this zoom down of like just this like um this pandemonium that's going down on the street with Michael Jackson there, and you like basically like zoom down. I don't know, maybe it seems like 30 stories or something like that. Um, and then I thought that it was just like Michael Jackson would just drive up in an old Ferrari, and his brothers would be playing basketball in Encino, and like, you know, like I know that neighborhood, and that's what it's like. You just have like guys playing basketball, but somebody there's enough money there that somebody drives up in a Ferrari, and they're just like it's like no big deal. Um, there's an interesting scene where Michael Jackson's at a toy store with his bodyguard, and he's playing with the bodyguard like they're like shooting like Nerf guns at each other or something. And then Michael Jackson goes to check out, and his like cart is filled with stuff, and somebody's like, there's this lady behind him, and they're like, "That's Michael Jackson," she says to her son, and Michael Jackson's just like, "Oh, hello, how are you?" And she's like, "Would you sign this for my son?" And Michael Jackson's like, "Sure. What's your son's name?" And she's like, "Oh, just sign it to Paula." And he's like, "Paula?" And the son's like, "My name is Max." And she's like, "Sign it to Paula, please." And so he's like, "All right." And then he like gives it to him or whatever. But it just shows like a lot of his innocence that I think that uh, they go into like his love of Peter Pan and why he never wanted to grow up, that kind of stuff, which is interesting. Um, in terms of like, those drone shots where they're flying over, those were a lot of settings shots, I think, that I thought were really cool to tell you where they were in the world. Like it would be like Los Angeles 1969, or um, New York City 1974, or uh, whatever they want to say, wherever they were in the world, and they'd have like this zoom over the city in a like a retro kind of standpoint, or they'd be like wherever they were. I always thought that was really cool. Um, and I'm trying to think, like there were no real action scenes that were like, where he's getting chased or anything like that. That didn't really happen. But the cinematically, the dancing scenes were really shot with precision. So like you see how he's doing the moonwalk, and you see this dancing choreography, that kind of stuff. I thought was shot really well, and um, yeah, just I thought it was really good. And I normally don't like movies, and I kind of didn't want to like it. I wanted to like it, and I kind of didn't want to like it. Oh, where's Ryzen? Yeah, there he is. Um. Anyway, so I recommend it. Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah.
I was talking, but you didn't seem to be able to hear me.
No, what'd you say?
I was just saying, like the like Michael Jackson move where he like leans forward, like just beyond.
Yeah, that's
away.
From. I think that's from Smooth Criminal. And I think that happens a little later. I think that's like 1989. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Where he made
apparently
he made that special shoe where it has like a nail that you can put in the heel, or like you lock a nail into the heel. He has a patent on it. He had a patent on it.
Oh, that a nail on the heel. Okay, because I've seen a video where they basically just like tape. You have like a false second leg, and then your real leg that's like furthest from the camera is like basically covered in green screen material, and then you just literally take a step, and then like you're leaning forward, and then just by using a green screen, you create the illusion that you're actually leaning forward that far.
The way that he did it, he actually got a patent for this shoe. There's basically a hollowed out heel that um, that when you put a you can so basically there's a bolt in the floor, a small bolt, and when you slide your foot over the bolt, it locks into the heel so that you're stabilized, and then you can lean forwardly and then come back. And so he patented.
How do you come back though?
You're just using the muscles of your feet, of your legs. So you just lean forward and then lean back.
So you can press down enough on like your toes, get back.
Yeah, you're locked. Your heel's the thing that's really locked in.
Okay.
I'm perhaps not.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
I'm perhaps not doing a good enough job explaining it, but if you just ever Google that shoe,
I get it. Like your foot, your heel is locked.
Yeah, exactly. So then you're just
It
basically.
just seems like, I don't know, if you're leaned that far forward, like maybe you can push off your toes enough, and it's not that hard to get back.
I think so. I mean, when you see how he does it, it's like, oh, okay. He's not. There's nothing really unique about that. There is. He patented
It was
the
a
shoe
unique
for it.
dance move.
Yeah. But I mean,
why
like-
would he patent the thing, like the shoe lock, so no one else could start doing the lean over thing?
perhaps.
I mean, they could just do it with like ropes or like invisible strings if they really wanted to.
That's true, but it's difficult to do that on stage. And so Michael Jackson was able to do it so that you wouldn't be able to. I mean, it's not that no one could, request utilize the patent. It's just Michael Jackson would get some kind of royalties on it. Here's another thing they don't go into. Michael Jackson bought the Beatles catalog. They don't have a scene with that, which perhaps.
Isn't that a lot later?
I don't know the year. That's a good question. But at least it goes to a discussion that he had with Paul McCartney that would have been covered during this time, I believe. What year did Michael Jackson have a discussion with Paul McCartney about buying the Beatles catalog? Boy. Why is my phone so slow? I bet it's because it is out of space. It's got some. Alright, let's see if we can find this again. In what year did Michael Jackson discuss with Paul McCartney the importance of buying music catalogs, and then in what year did he buy the Beatles catalog? Okay, so they had the first discussion in 1981, and then he bought the Beatles song catalog in 1985. So it was definitely covered. It should have been covered in this movie.
Okay, maybe it wouldn't have been as exciting or whatever.
Dude, that's
Or it's not-
a super exciting scene. In my opinion, you're buying the Beatles catalog. You could make a whole movie just called "Buying the Beatles Catalog," and the whole movie would just be the lead up to that. That's what I'm saying. There were a lot of scenes that they just didn't either have time for, or in order to get that scene, then you need the rights to Paul McCartney and you need the rights to the Beatles, and that's going to make the movie really.
Did Michael Jackson have the rights to the catalog?
So he later sold it back to Paul McCartney. let me look at that specifically. Michael Jackson estate sells Beatles catalog. Paul McCartney buys it. Uh, so yeah. So Sony Music. Okay, so Michael Jackson's estate didn't sell it to Paul McCartney. Instead, Sony Music acquired the estate's remaining stake in a joint venture. Uh, so Sony bought it back from Michael. Sony bought it from Michael Jackson, but then Paul McCartney in 2018, he reclaimed the U.S. publishing rights for 32 Lennon McCartney songs. So the timeline is in 1985, Michael Jackson bought the Beatles catalog. In 1995, Jackson merged the catalog with Sony, and then Michael Jackson retained 50% ownership. Then Sony Music bought out the Jackson estate for $750 million, taking 100% control of the publishing rights. And then 2017-2018, Paul McCartney regained the publishing rights to specific songs via copyright termination, though Sony retains global rights and rights to John Lennon's works managed by Yoko Ono. So the current status is Sony Music Publishing owns global publishing rights, Universal Music Group owns master recordings, Paul McCartney owns U.S. rights to selected songs. So maybe Paul McCartney doesn't own them all again, or doesn't have rights to them all again, but at least in the United States, he has some of them back. But that's
Sony have so much money.
That's a fascinating story. How do they have so much money? I mean, they were a big company.
What?
How do they have so much money? Through electronics? I mean, they developed the Walkman, the PlayStation. There's a lot of money in that. They managed some major deals and with artists and concert tours. There's a lot of.
I didn't really know how deep they were into like the music industry, but they're like one of like the big three like music.
Exactly. There's
whatever their like label or whatever.
Yeah, there's like Warner Music. There's Sony. There's Universal, and those are the big ones. There's another one that nobody talks about that I think will be really big in the future. Let me. Coldplay BTS song. Who produced it? Like what company? It's like something phone. Parlophone Records, and then so it's a UK company, and then Atlantic Records in the US, which are subsidiaries of Warner Music Group. So even that's Warner Music Group. Anyway, I thought those. I thought the movie was really good. Now I saw Disclosure Day as well, and that
I don't
one.
know what that is.
That's the Steven Spielberg movie. Yeah, it's a Steven Spielberg movie.
Oh, right.
With
I think I heard about this.
Yeah, it was supposed to like blow the doors off of Disclosure and stuff, and so Emily Blunt is in it, and it's like basically the story. She's a meteorologist or something, who has since a child had some kind of like supernatural things that like aliens like talk to her or something, and there's all kinds of like action scenes and things that I just think are not really realistic, but the movie does cover like Roswell a little bit, and President Nixon meeting with Jackie Gleason at Homestead Air Force Base to look at alien bodies, and then a couple other like crash wreckage that they go into. But the movie, spoiler alert, is definitely going to have a second one and perhaps even a third one. So the movie goes, and it's like basically uh, this alien craft lands on Earth and then like influences this woman to um, like go on the news and say like aliens are here. We have to handle this with maturity, and then the movie ends with her with this alien talking to her, and then she just goes on camera and is like, "Listen," and then the movie ends. I thought it was frankly not a good movie, um, and I kept wanting it to end faster. Um, but I was interviewed on a podcast about this movie, and so I had to know it pretty well. And what I liked about the movie were like the historical aspects of it, and what the podcast host liked about the movie was like the supernatural stuff with animals and stuff. So we didn't actually like the same things of the movie. I thought the movie got somewhat more interesting as it continued, and she did not feel that way. Um, Overall, though, I think it was a positive thing for the disclosure um, community. I did a 3 hour podcast with her, and then she liked what we talked about so much that I did another 3 hour podcast with her the next week, which is a lot of time. 6 hours on a podcast. And it was a live podcast too. So we were taking questions from the audience as well, which is not easy by any means. It is not easy when you're trying to talk about what you want to talk about, and then at the same time there are like questions that pop up. It becomes complicated. But anyway,
Don't you just like wait till the end or something to do take questions?
you should, but this podcast host did not do that. She would be like, "Oh, we have a question from the audience," and then like, "Okay," and then you have to go through it or whatever. It just
Something completely unrelated that's going to derail what you're just talking.
sometimes they are, but sometimes they're good. So the first podcast that we did was about aliens in the Bible and what evidence of UFOs in the Bible, and really there isn't, frankly. There's one event. It's called Ezekiel's Wheel, which some people interpret as a chariot in the sky, like craft. Some people do, but generally, there's not a lot about aliens. You get into like the Book of Enoch, which does, but that's not in the traditional Bible. And um, we talked about the Nephilim and the Anunnaki. She wanted to really get into that. And frankly, I was really well versed on all that stuff because I had done a lot of preparation, and so her, I didn't know what her.
I mean, what evidence is there for the Anunnaki's existence?
The gets into the book of books that aren't in the traditional Hebrew Bible, but it's in like ancient Sanskrit.
Okay.
And then the Nephilim are mentioned in the Hebrew Bible, but there are questions as to what that means. It could mean a few different things, but usually it's interpreted as the giants, large people. And so giants could be anything, but it's the exact quote is something along the lines of the women of Earth reproduced with the Nephilim, the large ones, to um, create this like the mankind to some extent. There's like a reference to that, but it's only mentioned once. There's not like a whole book about it. Now, the Book of Enoch goes into all of that, and but that's not the Bible. So we got into that, and then we get into angels a little bit, and so there are like basically like four arguments that people make. There's the Nephilim argument, the chariots argument, um, the angelic discussion, and um, one other one that's escaping me at this time. But so I went into those, and basically, like people think that the word Anunnaki is in the Bible. It's not. Nephilim is in the Bible, and they're kind of separate things, but people confuse them. And so I was able to go into all of that and speak. So I'm in this 3 hour discussion with her, and I'm thinking to myself, I hope that I'm doing okay. I don't know. And then she's like, my audience loved you. They think you're. They wanted to know if I was channeling the information, and I was like, no, I just have well prepared notes. And they're like, oh well, you're really smart. They thought I was really smart, and they're like, she's like, I want to have you on next week. Is there any way you could do the same next week? And so I did. And so the next week it was the 79th anniversary of Roswell. And so I did a deep dive into the Roswell crash for like 2 hours or so. The first hour was about like weather manipulation and what else? There was like weather manipulation, CERN, the um, the particle accelerator in Switzerland.
Can I ask a question about that?
It's shutting down for 3 years. Yeah, go ahead.
I've seen people on Instagram who, I mean, I just don't. I don't believe this at all, but they do apparently, and I guess multiple people do believe that like the particle collider is opening up doors to different dimensions and altering the Earth's like how it experiences time and like all sorts of like distortions in reality. Do you believe in any of that?
Um,
Not to shame you if you do.
no. Generally, I
I'm
don't.
just curious.
I think that you could create like a mini black hole if you wanted to using a particle accelerator, but CERN is not the only particle accelerator in the world. There's Stanford Research Institute. There's Fermilab. These exist around the world, so it's not like it's the only one that matters. It's just the biggest one, and we went through the timeline of like since CERN opened in 2007. Routinely, they have to do updates to it, basically with the Large Hadron Collider, and that's what they're doing apparently. Do I think that it's creating a uh, a portal to another dimension? I will say this: I don't think so. But if any portal to any other dimension is being created, it would be created there, if that makes sense. But I don't think that's what they're doing. If or is it slowing down the speed of the Earth? No, I don't think that. Or is it changing um, the um, the polarization of the Earth? No, I don't think that. Uh, but if like a time machine were to be created anywhere, it would be there. If a black hole were to be created anywhere, it would be there. And why? Because it's the largest particle accelerator in the world. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Now,
I mean,
what
I'm not a super scientific expert or whatever. So, but
Now, one thing
yeah,
that I did go into within our discussion, which normally people don't, is that there's an argument to be made that CERN is a cover for the clandestine covert operations of the world. So basically, like, let's say we want you to be a spy riser. Well, a perfect thing to do is to say that you're an engineer at CERN, because that means you can travel all around the world without anybody really questioning it. Your family would just know that you were working on some project, but you couldn't go into it. And then that means you could do anything that you need globally. And there's an argument to be made, I've heard. This is more down the rabbit hole, but that there's a. I tend to somewhat believe this, actually, that there's an underground maglev train that was created since the 1950s that goes around the world. And and the reason why I say that is there's been whistleblowers about it, and that it's been heard. Like you can hear it in some areas of the world where it's closer to the surface, and then allegedly there is a. This is really rabbit holey, but that that the deepest lakes in the world. I think the deepest lake that they say in the world is Lake Baikal in uh, Russia, but perhaps there are alpine lakes, like glacier lakes, that are actually deeper, that are in like these giant mountainous valleys that are filled with glacial water. And Lake Geneva is one of these. and at the very bottom of it, there is some type of subsurface uh, dome that was created in like the 1960s or 70s or something, where there's like some type of central, uh, like global intelligence agency operates, and it is a really
At the bottom of the lake in Geneva?
yeah. So let me look at this. I've read it. Yo, what's up with there's like a dome at the bottom of the lake in Geneva. There's like a dome or something, allegedly. Now, what's funny about this is there's some like cartoon that talks about this. Um, and it's like there's a thing like, meanwhile, it's like the Super Friends or something. Uh, what is the cartoon quote? Meanwhile, at the bottom of the ocean, or it's something like that. It's something. Uh, meanwhile, no, it's like no, it's like Super Friends or something. Anyway, let's see here. What is the theory that there's some kind of intelligence agency that created some kind of subterranean bubble or something in Lake Geneva? Yeah. Okay. So secret tunnels to CIA headquarters. CERN identified as a secret. Okay. It's called Sub-Biosphere 2, and it's modeled after CIA headquarters beneath Lake Geneva. So, the key elements of the theory include prototype claims the big European bubble chamber and Gargamel are alleged to be prototypes of the subterranean base, with the compartmentalized structures designed to mimic the secret headquarters. Access and cover, the LEP tunnel and CERN's massive supercomputer are claimed to provide political cover for daily commuter trains and electronic surveillance operations conducted by the CIA. Submarine exploration, the deployment of Russian Mir 1 and Mir 2 submarines to explore Lake Geneva's depths is cited as evidence of maintenance or construction activities related to the hidden base. So it's called Sub-Biosphere 2.
Could be there.
Well, so I wasn't saying that I thought this was true or whatever. It's just something that I had heard. And it would make sense that just like with the Manhattan Project, when they had, more than 150,000 people involved in the Manhattan Project, but only 3 people really knew what was going on. All of the people who were working on the Manhattan Project just said they were engineers, and nobody questioned them about it. Does that make sense? It's a good cover.
Aren't there like other alibis that would work?
Okay, let's go through them. Professional athlete, that doesn't work because somebody could just be like, I don't see you on TV or whatever. A doctor. Okay, where's your practice? Who are your patients? Okay, what about professor? Okay, at what school do you teach at? Why hasn't anybody ever been taught from you? An elementary school teacher. Okay, why don't we see you in the class? A diplomat. Okay, you're a diplomat. For what country? What gave you this ability to do this? What about a nurse? Well, at what hospital are you? What about a uh, project manager? That's kind of something that could be used. So you could say that you're an engineer or project manager. or something along those
I'm
lines.
just a web developer.
Uh,
Or do you have to lie to your family?
yeah, you do have to lie to your family.
Or is that basically it? That's all you have to lie to?
No, anybody who you meet, when they're like, "Hey, do you want to go play golf next week?" You're gonna be like, "No, I have to travel." And they're like, "Oh, what do you do for a living again?" And you're like, "Oh, I'm an engineer." And they're like, "Okay, well, who do you work for?" And you're like, "Well, it's a lot of what I do is classified, but I work at CERN." And they'd be like, "Oh, okay, what is that?" And then you'd be like, "It's the Council for European." Uh, Hold on, I want to get the right name. I think it's in French. CERN stands for.
As soon as you say classified, red flag.
CERN is an acronym Council Européen pour la Recherche Nucléaire. European Council for Nuclear Research. Okay, so you don't have to say it's classified. You just say it is a remote position that you have to do. I told you this story before, but I knew a girl. I still don't know what her dad did to this day, and she didn't either. And when she was questioned on it, we were like, we all knew what our parents did for a living. And one time, this one girl I know asked this other girl I know, "What does your dad do?" And she's like, "I don't know." And she's like, "We're like, what do you mean you don't know?" And uh, she's like, "I don't know." And they're like, "Don't you ask him like, where are you going to work and stuff like that?" And she's like, "We've just been told not to ask about what our dad does, and we just live our lives." We're like, "Okay," but like that happens in like these intelligence arms.
Why can't you just say intelligence?
Well, because then that
Or
raises
just say that you're a spy. Who cares?
yeah, but then that raises all kinds of questions like, "Hey, so and so's dad's a spy." It doesn't really make any sense. You don't say that, so you just say that they're an engineer, and then nobody questions that.
Well, that girl's dad didn't say that.
No, they didn't.
But yeah.
Yeah, and I to this day still don't know what that girl's dad did, and uh, we were pretty close with their family, and I still don't know. Like, uh, our parents knew each other. I certainly knew their family, and it was just like you just never asked about it. Um, they lived in the same neighborhood as we did. I used to see them every day, and it was just a thing. Like you just didn't question it. All I know, they lived in a nice house. We never really ever saw their dad, and we only ever saw their mom, and she didn't work. That's all I really recall. Um, and another weird thing, this isn't this isn't uh, like they're. I don't want to say it was weird, but like they adopted some children from uh, they adopted a bunch of children. Like they had their biological children, but then they adopted some children as well, and we never really questioned it or anything. But it was interesting.
Like how many? Like a farm of them?
No, I think it was like 3 or 4 children. They had like a pretty big family, something like that.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it was, and and I I don't know exactly, but these children did not look like them. They were like from somewhere else, which we always. It was just like okay, it's one of those things. Um, but yeah, it was a very strange uh, series of events that happened. I'll be right back. Please don't go. I have to use the restroom.
Okay.
Riser. Riser. You are muted. Riser. 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 Riser.
Yeah.
Yo, there he is. How you living, Pep? Okay, so when I go viral, do you want to take a field trip to the bottom of Lake Geneva?
Yeah, sure.
For sure, dog. Why wouldn't you?
I really want to go to Switzerland.
Okay, well,
That's just happens to be there. So.
all right. I know that your boy Zoot. I've been asking Zoot to contact you like all the time, and he seemingly has, but he just says that you aren't available. And let's
I
give you.
just messaged him like, get over here.
Okay, great.
Have you? Wait, no. Did you watch Louis C.K.'s new stand-up special?
No, I didn't, but I want to. I hear it's great.
Yeah, it's solid. solid. I haven't watched Tony Hinchcliffe's special to see how bad that one was for comparison, but
I haven't either. I'm down to watch it whenever you're down to watch it.
yeah. Have you gotten a Zoot comedy update? Is
Yeah.
he still going?
Oh yeah, he's still going. He had the biggest joke that he ever had on Monday, which I think is great. I didn't think his joke was so funny. I just thought it was predictable, which is like all of Zoot's jokes. Like they're all just incredibly predictable to me.
I don't know about that.
You don't think that his jokes are predictable?
No, they're too random.
Okay, I mean, look. Any subject that he has, it's on. I've told him one of 7 topics: Kanye West, Hitler, some type of weird shit with kids, Epstein, racism. There's something racist. That's it, right there. That covers basically everything. So his
I
joke.
mean, a lot of comedians talk about politics, religion, or sex, or drugs.
Yeah, but those are like pretty, like wide open. Like, Cosby. And so Zoot's joke was something like, I don't want to steal his jokes, but this is not me stealing his joke to be funny. It's just to explain. Let's see here. It was something like, isn't it strange if somebody's looking up in porn and they want to look at the word I don't want to say the word, so it's MIDGET. If they want to look that up, but they want to be politically correct, so they type into Pornhub little people porn and what kind of questionable results they can get from that. Which I was like, how else are you going to look up that kind of porn? And he's like, yeah, well, it could have like other stuff in there. And it's like, yeah, but you're not looking for that. Like, I don't necessarily think of, when you say little people, do I necessarily think children? If somebody says little people, I think of people who have like dwarfism or something.
Yeah, I agree. It's wait, so that was his best joke?
He said that people told him afterward how much better he's getting and everything, and I just was like, okay. I mean, that's fine. I'm glad.
They're rewarding that?
That's what I'm saying. That is exactly what I'm saying, Riser. Which tells me that I'm the funniest person in Australia. Not even just South Australia. I just know for a fact I'm the funniest person in all of Australia. And there's just nothing that could change my mind on this topic. If they think that shit's funny, then there's.
I think like the setup is funny, but like the punchline was like not like good enough double meaning. Because no one thinks like little people is like child really.
Well,
it's still a dark joke to make.
Yeah, I
It's
think
like double offensive and dark.
Yeah, I just think that it's predictable. To me, that's extremely predictable. Like, but if they think it's funny, that's all that matters. And they apparently thought that it was a very funny joke. So, it's almost like good for them. But I personally just thought that it was predictable and not that funny. So, but I'm glad that he's getting better. They're saying that he's getting better. That's good. And
the bar was pretty low to start.
yeah, well, That's definitely true. So hopefully he's been he's been trying to hook, I don't want to say hook up, but like he's been like interested in this one girl who works the door, and he asked her to watch his favorite movie, and which is City of God, and then he couldn't find it, or she said she couldn't find it, and so I was able to find it for them. And then she says she doesn't click on links, which is like, all right, I get that, but um, that tells me that you don't like this guy that much. Because any guy, any girl who really likes you will click on whatever link you want her to click on if she, you know, if she really likes you. I don't. I think that she would. So he says that they're going to re-release City of God in November, and that they're going to maybe go see it together then, which is like that's just her pushing you off, which is cool, but
This Riz does not seem like it's working.
yeah, they're
Also, I don't know if hitting on girls where you like are supposed to be working is a great move either.
it's a shit where you eat kind of a deal. You're not supposed to shit where you eat, and but I understand that's like the only place that he goes. So, uh, oh, he got to meet James McCann even more and got a selfie with him, which is I think pretty
What?
cool. He got a
Do
selfie.
what? What do you say?
He got a selfie with James McCann.
I don't know if they're already like friends.
Yeah, perhaps, they're not friends, but perhaps it's at least James knows who he is now more so. I think he knew before, but they're just they're um, they're on friendlier terms, I guess. And uh,
Did you see the selfie?
yeah, he sent it. Looked really good.
Do you think James McCann is funny?
Yeah, I do. I actually do. Um, he's been funny on um, he's been funny on what was he on? Kill Tony, and that's how I learned about him. And that's when I was like, "Hey, Zoot, do you know who this guy is?" And Zoot's like, "Huh?" And I'm like, "He's from where you live. Haven't you ever heard of him?" And he's like, "No, who is that?" And so then he started watching his stuff or whatever. And now James McCann has become like super big uh, in like he's like the biggest celebrity who goes to the Laugh Lounge or whatever. So everybody when he's there, Zoot's like, I can never get a word in with him because all these other people are trying to talk to him at the same time.
Wow. So let me go watch a clip of this guy.
Go to Kill Tony, James McCann set of the year, New Year's, like 7 months ago.
How do you spell McCann? Oh, McCann.
Yeah.
I don't think he's like the funniest comedian ever. Yeah.
He's obviously the funniest comedian on the whole continent of Australia. Do you disagree with that?
No, Jim Jeffries is funnier
Everybody loves that
and more
guy.
successful.
Yeah, but he's been doing it longer.
Well, that's not that's not his fault.
That's true. We are T-minus 12 hours and 36 minutes until this interview. And if I get it, I'll be so happy, Riser. I will be so happy if I do well.
He'll do well, I'm sure.
God,
When he said that Disclosure Day was supposed to blow the floodgates open for aliens, did you really mean that?
I mean, you've got Steven Spielberg, arguably the biggest director of all time, directing it and going on a press tour, saying that at one time he didn't necessarily agree with this stuff, but now that he does, now he does. There's something to that.
Is this video like based on? It can't be based on a true story, right? It's
No.
like fiction, though.
It is fiction.
So it's not like they're dropping like some conclusive proof.
I agree, but it is supposed to. It is supposed to. It is supposed to like have people talk about it and stuff, about aliens and all that, which I don't know how much it did. I think it tried. Do you ever use GitHub?
Yeah.
Do you find it easy or difficult to utilize?
I think it's pretty easy for the most part. The only thing that screws me up, only because I'm a total noob, is like creating like the version control of like using branches and then merging branches and stuff. I'm just a noob at that. There's a Unity version control, which is just like so much easier, where you just like save your changes, and it's just like so much easier, I feel like. But other than that, I don't really have too many complaints about it. What are you using it for?
I'm trying to install a plugin right now in OBS, and I think that they're always like, there's no easy download button. You have to like click something and then click something to download stuff. And to me, that just makes it difficult, way more difficult. Like, just give me a download button. That's all I need. And then it's like, all right, you download it, and then it's like, okay, well, what do I do with it now? And it's like, oh, you have to find the file of the in your computer, and you have to drag this there, and you have to like extract the zip file, and it's like, dude, why isn't it just like installable? I click it, and then it installs for me. I don't understand why like I have to do all this manual stuff with it.
Do you mean like cloning a repo?
No, I mean just downloading a file and utilizing it.
Oh,
And for whatever reason, I struggle with it. Well, I shouldn't say that. I did this on my other computer and I didn't have any issues. But now, when I'm trying to do it on a different computer, it's um, it's causing me some difficulty. And I don't know. I find just Apple so much easier to use in these types of terms. It's more limited, but it's just a lot. I mean, you don't use it on PC, do you?
GitHub?
Uh, yeah.
Yeah, I only use it on my computer, whether it's an Mac or PC. Mostly PC though.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's just I'm not. Um, I don't know why this isn't working. And so you messaged Zoot to no avail. He didn't respond.
Yeah, he didn't reply.
All right.
It's Friday though, he might be doing comedy or something like that.
Do you really think he's doing comedy?
I don't know.
We know his comedy nights, dog.
I don't. I mean, I thought they were mostly during the week, but
Yeah.
Friday's a weekday.
Okay. Dude, this is so frustrating that I'm like basically doing everything that they tell me to do on GitHub and how to install plugins. How do I install? I downloaded it. How do I install the plugin? Okay, I went there, but I can't find the proper. I also found this tutorial. I also downloaded it. Okay, if there are no plugins yet in the directory, it does not exist. Create it. Like that's ridiculous to me. What file do I put in? The final structure should be something like blah 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 blah. It's saying it's already installed. However, when I try to put the filter, only Chroma is listed. And then nobody. This happened over a year ago, and then nobody responded to it. And I'm actually having the exact same problem that that person's having. Okay. I'm just gonna install a different one. OBS green screen plugin. Background. Oh, you know who's been in here? My man, Reverend Andrew, dog. And he has. I got him a YouTube account and a Rumble account and a Twitch account. He's rocking.
Did he actually use them though?
Yeah, he did we did like a little stream together, and he said it was like landing on the moon, which is however you want to describe it. That's cool. Um, and he I don't know how much he's used it, but we did a stream together, so that was cool. Um, I hate to say it, I blame him for anything because I don't, but I had my hours pretty normalized for a while, for at least like 2 weeks, and then he came in last Saturday or Friday, and then we were doing all this stuff together, and then my hours got all messed up again, which is my own fault. I'm not blaming him by any means. Um, okay, we're gonna try this again, Riser. How to install this plugin in Windows text document. Okay, how do we do it? The default path plugins. Okay, I'm gonna try this again, and I think it's gonna work this time. OBS Studio, OBS plugins, paste. Like if you aren't pretty savvy with a computer, I could imagine a computer just becomes like this dark abyss and you'll never figure it out. It's like because one thing can derail you from actually being able to use something. F.
Um, yeah, no, even with AI, some things are just like impossible.
I agree with you. Alright. What the absolute okay. Once I get this, I will be very happy. Filters. Dude, and another thing I can't stand is like when you install something, sometimes it doesn't show up until you restart. And so you might just be like, why isn't this working? And you don't know that it just needs to be restarted. That's really annoying. Um, downloads, OBS background removal, data bin. Install into here. Oh, hold on. I'll be able to talk in a second. OBS plugins. OBS Studio. New folder. Plugins. If this is the reason that why this isn't working, I'm gonna be pissed, dude. Okay, let's try it again. Plugin manager. No. Wi-Fi. OBS background removal. OBS Studio. OBS background removal. Plugins. 64-bit. Downloads. OBS. Okay. Install into here. Program files. OBS Studio. C drive. Program files. OBS Studio. Plugins. I just created that, dude. Alright. Any movement on Parrot Carrot? Did you hear me, Riser?
Yeah, what's up?
Any movement on Parrot Carrot?
Nothing too crazy right now. I've been occupied with my belly button stuff. I'm just feeling like trash. What is this OBS stuff about?
I like my background to have like it moves it. It like makes it look like I'm flying through space, and I think it looks cool. And
Isn't that just for like one device?
yeah, that's all. That's all I need it for. And it is. If I did it on my other computer, it took me like 5 seconds. It was like, oh, okay, this is what you want to do? Cool story, bro. Say less. And then it was like, boom, it did it for me. But this one is like causing me. And the fact that this isn't like a um, like a default setting is, I don't know. I think that these these people who run these computer things or whatever, these computer companies, are letting people do like they'll just be like, oh, somebody will create a plugin for it or something, and it's like, why don't you do that? That's your job. When you see somebody like is successful with a plugin, you should like put that plugin into your into the software. I don't understand why they don't do that. Okay, filters.
Depends how niche, I guess, the plugin is.
That's true, but I mean, people don't know. Like most people don't know how to do plugins, just in general. So you make it an option if you see that people are using it. Oh, Riser. Dude, this is such bullshit. Are you fucking serious? Hold on a second.
That should be a t-shirt now. Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, it should. Yeah, it should. Okay. Oh, this is such bullshit. Hold on. This is such bullshit. Okay, C drive. Dude, this, I don't know if they're telling me the wrong. Okay, it says it should be in program program data. OBS background bin 64-bit. Copy. OBS plugins. Paste. Continue. Source code. No, I just want. What are discussions on this bad boy? No matching discussions. Dude, GitHub is not an easy thing to use. I don't care what people say. It just isn't. It's not. It's too technical. Where is program data folder? Where is it? Okay, no, Windows 10. Oh, it's a hidden item. Dude, Riser, anybody who puts important shit under hidden items should seriously lose their job. Why would you put view options, show hide, show hidden items? Dude, are you fucking serious? Plugins. PLUGINS. Okay. Now this better fucking work. No. How has Yellow been?
She's good. She's pretty good.
How's your neighbor lady who's kind of hot?
She's good.
Okay. Did she get a new dog?
Yeah, I think so. Or sorry, no, she's a dog trainer.
What, she was fostering a dog. Did she get a new dog?
No, she's a dog trainer now, so she hasn't gotten it now.
Okay. Had she asked to play with Yellow?
She trains sometimes with Yellow, yeah.
Has Yellow gotten any better with the training?
What did you say?
Has Yellow gotten any better with whatever she's training her for?
She was trying to teach Yellow how to, what's it called? Just stand, but she wasn't really able to do it.
Okay. Like stand on two paws?
But I don't know. I was able to get Yellow to stand. Like 75% of the time without much work, but she does this like her method is like what's it called? Only positive reinforcement, so you can't really what's it called? You can't do anything like negative or like even like slightly negative.
Okay, and has that been so but it didn't really work?
No, I mean Yellow doesn't know how to stand really, so she tried, which was good.
And the lady was just like, we're gonna stop doing the like wouldn't you try to do it until It worked.
No, mostly she was able to train Yellow, but for whatever reason on the stand one, she just gave up and then used the other dog next door for that one. Even though I think Yellow could have learned it, but I would just like gently like nudge Yellow's feet with my foot if she would always be like sitting, and then I would just like physically like move her up to show her that she was supposed to be standing, and then after a few times of doing that, it's clear like that. Like I was just physically moving her and showing her what stand actually was. I don't think Trish was doing that.
Does that go against the positive reinforcement deal?
I don't think it should. I think you have to communicate with the dog. I mean, I'm not like physically harming the dog. It's just showing the dog what you actually want from them. But I think they're in the program that Trish is using. She has to follow specific protocol. And one of the things she was trying to get Yellow to do was that she had to like move a book with her, like just pick up like a book basically, but the method that she was using was like Yellow had to basically do everything and figure it out with like 0 hints, and then she would only be rewarding Yellow if she was like getting closer to figuring it out, but Yellow got really frustrated and didn't like that very much. So I think they may have given up on that one too. I can't really remember, but or maybe she figured it out. But.
So basically, this lady tried with 2 different things and wasn't able to get either of them.
For sure with one of them, I can't remember the other one 100%, but yeah, the one of them she just gave up. The stand.
All right. What other things would you want Yellow to be able to learn?
Not to growl at me and be all mean.
You think she's mean?
Yeah, sometimes.
Is that just in her?
She's not shy to growl at you, even if I'm like barely doing anything, like just trying to like pet her. She'll start growling sometimes. But I think that's just how she is.
Is that just her breed?
I don't know. It might just be her. I don't think every single cattle dog is like that.
Boy, she's big. I was looking at a picture of her, and she's a lot bigger than I thought she was. How much does she weigh?
I don't think she's that big. She's like 40 pounds.
Okay, that's at least a medium-sized dog.
Yeah, she like medium sized, but she's kind of small, in my opinion. So.
Okay.
I like her size.
All right. Did she wake up before you, or do you wake up before her?
She wakes me up and will nudge and cry until I get up. Have you been watching the FIFA at all? The FIFA?
You mean the World Cup?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't watch today or yesterday's games, but I watched the other ones.
You actually like watch the game, not just like highlights.
Yeah, the whole game.
The U.S. got. Oh yeah, you saw when Trump like literally like rigged the game or tried to rig the game and get the suspended player to play.
Yeah, I was able to see that. I don't know if it was necessarily rigged, but I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah. Yes, I did see
I
that.
mean, I think that is a form of rigging the game.
I think he just tried to influence it. I
Do you
mean,
think that was a move that should have been allowed?
what are you gonna do? He's a head of state. You could just say no, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So then, couldn't they have just said no?
You'd think. I don't know. I mean, he shouldn't be asking in the first place to manipulate the soccer game outcome, but
Why do you?
it seemed to backfire because they lost. So.
Yes, they did. Why do you think that he shouldn't have been able to ask for it?
It was like the player was suspended under the rules of the FIFA league, and I could be maybe mistaken or whatever because I think there was like perhaps a lot of debate and controversy surrounding whether or not the suspension should have been granted to begin with.
Right.
And if that was the case, then and then like a lot of people truly thought it was not warranted, then okay, I could see that it's more justified. But if it was just like a regular suspension where that like was completely valid, then I don't think the president should just be able to unsuspend a player that deserves to be suspended.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Can't the president just always ask for it, and they could always just say no?
I mean, they should always say no if they stand by the decision that they made.
Okay, but like, why couldn't they ask for it? Like, I don't understand what the issue is with him asking for it.
Well, it just seems like you're trying to exert influence and not play by the rules in a way.
Well, there's no doubt he was trying to exert influence. That's true. But like, it's just his opinion. They could just say no. They didn't have to take it. They didn't have to take it seriously. Like, I see it as you're allowed to ask for anything in the world. That doesn't mean that the other person has to abide by it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think that it should be like a crime or anything to just ask. If anything, it's like on FIFA for really like catering to his request, like they did. But ultimately, it didn't really matter because they got eliminated. So.
Yeah. And did you watch the game?
I don't think I even watched the highlights. Some of them I've seen the highlight. I watched the Canada games and the Egypt-Iran game for a little bit, and some other ones. To me, soccer is extremely boring.
I understand.
It's just not high scoring enough.
Dude, I'm in agreement with you on that. It is so boring. It's like, to me, they they need to improve that. They need to make the goal bigger or something because it's just so boring. And then
Yeah,
and then everything relies on like a little play here or there. And then another thing, which I just think is ridiculous, is like the goal kick aspect of it, or the I should say the like penalty kick aspect of it. It's like such an advantage if one of your guys like causes some kind of issue in the box, then they're able to take just a one-on-one shot at the goal. Do you get what I'm saying?
yeah. No, if you have a free kick, it's like a 95%. There should be like a 95% chance you score, but yeah, there are a few shootouts in the soccer that I saw, and like they'll have like 5 shots, and like the losing team will usually miss like 2 of them. And it's like how do you even do that?
Well,
But the goalies are just like have to be like psychic and just guess correctly. Or the guy misses somehow. Sometimes they hit the crossbar or just miss the net.
well, the thing that drives me wild is that, okay, I would tell anybody, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again. If you're shooting at the goal, don't ever, under any circumstance, not shoot it. Oh, finally, I got that freaking thing to work. Riser, I had to uninstall and reinstall. I had to do so much bullshit for this. Wow, I'm shocked that I got this bad boy to work. But then, Riser, something else isn't right. What's going on here? Oh, we'll get it. Studio mode. Stop that. So imagine you're gonna have to take the shot. There is 100% chance that you're gonna miss if you don't hit it if you don't kick the ball within um, confines of um, the goal. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah.
Right.
It was a strange sentence. But yeah.
Right. And to me, sometimes these guys kick this ball and they kick it over the goal or whatever, and it's like it's impossible for us to score if you do that. Don't ever do that.
Yeah, I mean, they're not trying to do that. It's like the same thing in hockey or basketball. If you like airball a shot, it's like, dude, why would you airball a shot? But it just kind of happens.
I recognize
But
that.
yeah, you should. Yeah, you like in soccer. It's like, geez, dude. You're like your whole team now needs like a miracle because you decided to miss the net.
That's exactly right. And I just don't understand why you would tell your team, tell like a guy on your team under any circumstances. Like, I really mean this. I would rather have you kick the ball and the goalie gets it. I'm fine with that. If the goalie gets it, that's cool. That's no big deal in my book. What I can't stand is you what I can't stand is you missing the goal. Like not kicking it within the goal. That's ridiculous to me.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in a shootout, when like it's on the game is on the line, you don't want to miss.
Right. And the fact that these guys sometimes do is like, are you serious? Why are you kicking it so hard? Just kick it within the goal.
Yeah. No, I like the tactic where like the goalie is gonna jump like randomly from like one side to the other side usually, and but I like the tactic of just shoot it straight at like straight along the ground basically, like in the middle, just like really fast, and like the goalie's just gonna like jump out of the way to like one at the side, but then you literally just shoot it straight at him and then you're good. But you can't do that like every single time. But
Right. Or they're gonna be on to you.
yeah, it's also like considering it's like the World Cup, it's kind of like a fluky way to like win in advance. Is like these like little like shootouts. I mean, you might as well just like flip a coin almost. But they are somewhat amusing to watch. But it's just kind of goofy. It's like, why do we even play that like 90 minutes of running around the field if it's just gonna we're just gonna end it with kicking it at the goal?
It's a very good
One
point.
by one.
It's a very good point.
Just extend the overtime. Who cares if it takes like 2 hours to play the game? That's fine.
It's a very good point. Do you think that uh, do you think that there's a better way to do it though? If you have a limited time, you can't just go unlimited amounts of time. What's a better way?
I mean, there's been NHL playoff games that have gone into like several overtimes.
They don't go to a shootout at the end?
Not if it's like in like a playoff game, and they don't. That's just for like regular season stuff. And like the World Cup is like the Olympics, so they should treat it more like that. Especially because it's soccer and it's like there's already a bunch of tie games because it's like 1-1 or 1-0 every game. Okay, yeah, okay. A solution though, I mean, they also do this in like the NHL, or they started like eventually. They're like, oh, this is a good way to do it. It's just like when you go to overtime, instead of just making a shootout, which I think this is like way better. You just start subtracting players from the field. So go like on hockey, it's like they used to do 5-on-5, 4-on-4, and then 3-on-3, and then yeah, I've had it in some tournaments too where they go 2-on-2 and then 1-on-1, like full ice 1-on-1. I think that is way more entertaining to watch, at least for like in hockey, and it'll increase the chance of people scoring.
That's a really
So
good
they
idea.
could do that. Just reduce the players on the field.
But does that necessarily mean that Um, does that mean?
That way, the tiebreaker involves like skill more than luck. That's why.
But is it really? I mean, you could have one guy that's just dominant.
I mean, then they're the better team.
No, that just means they have one better player.
So if that one better player is better than the sum of their other team, then yeah. I mean, there's also like strategy and like the 5-on-5, 4-on-4, 3-on-3, 2-on-2, 1-on-1 thing, because it's like you want to score the goal as quickly as possible, but you can't recycle the same players, so you have to balance it out, I guess, a little bit, and you save your like you want to save your best players for when there's more ice, I guess, and not just waste your best players all at the start.
So, do you think that they should just keep removing one player every time?
Yeah.
That's the answer.
would be a better way to do it. Then you can't really blame it on like it was just a free kick shootout, which is just like we lost. Like no. What's your OBS thing doing?
Dude, it was working, and then for some reason the virtual camera moved away, and now I can't find it. Go to the data folder, then the OBS Pro. Okay, I'm gonna try this again. Go to the data folder. Go to OBS plugins. Go to WinD Show. Okay. Right click on Virtual Cam. Install. .bat. Run as administrator. Properties. Open. Run as administrator. Yes. Press any key to continue. Okay, now let's see if this bad boy worked, Riser. Is she? Oh, it did work. Wow. Is she growling?
We're just playing with the ball, so she's not growling it.
Do you want to lose?
In a bad way.
Do you want to lose?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the Karen invite.
Okay, well, you give me about let's see here. You give me. I need
I
about.
also fixed the Scrabble game,
Okay.
so it works now again.
What was
without that horrible variation of speed Scrabble where you just place down balls?
Doug, I don't know why you think that was so bad. That was actually brilliant, and I think people will want to play that more in the future.
I had a dream yesterday. I was like, it was like a combination of Scrabble and chess. And I don't really, I didn't really know, like it was only like a glimpse of it, so I don't really know the full mechanics, but I think Scrabble chess hybrid game could be big.
Okay, how do you do it? Talk to me about it.
Well, like I just said, I really have no idea how the mechanics work. I'm just gonna ask AI how the mechanics might work, but I don't know. I don't know. Where'd it go? Yo, it's gone. Leave it. Leave it. It's not there. Oh, it is there. Ow.
What happened?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, but why did you say ow?
Jabbed me somehow.
She jabbed you?
Yeah,
With,
I'm fine.
with like her mouth or her nose or what?
No, it's in my back.
I know, but what did she use to jab you?
Claw. Her paw.
Okay. Dude, this is ridiculous.
Why do you need this OBS crap?
Because I use it for doing interviews with people. Okay. Desktop. Delete. Okay. Program files. OBS Studio. Uninstall. Do you ever notice, like, this isn't a thing with Mac as much or Apple, but with PC, you'll install something, you'll uninstall it, and it won't get rid of everything that was installed, and you just randomly have these files on your computer for 5 years later.
Yeah, there's no good way to like colon cleanse the lingering files. I mean, you should be able to delete or uninstall them, but that's not always what happens.
Right. It doesn't make any sense. Like,
And Mac, the file system on Mac is just like horrible. The organization of it, it's terrible. And also on my Mac, it's like there's like 100 or 150 gigabytes of storage that it just says other, and then I try to click on other, and it gives you zero information. It doesn't tell you what files are occupying like more than half the available storage. It's just like other, and it gives you zero information, zero ability to easily delete any of it. Just other.
oh, that's interesting. Why do you think it is?
Probably just a bunch of VS Code crap. But I also, because the file system is so terrible at searching and organizing, they're like they're just buried somewhere that's just like impossible to retrieve.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you on that. You have no idea what's going on with the computer in terms of some of the like background processes and stuff.
Yo, when is this? Hearing thing.
You're gonna have to be patient. I don't know exactly when. I gotta get this thing to work. I'm up against the time. I've got like 11 and a half hours to get it to work, which I think I'll be able to do. But I don't know why it worked so beautifully on one computer, and then on another computer, it's never used it before. So I'm gonna restart the computer. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'm thinking perhaps it's as few as 15 minutes, but don't hold me to that. Riser,
Yeah,
did you watch your Did you watch Canada play?
yeah, we got.
Were you proud of the way that they played?
I don't think anyone expected us to do well. I guess.
Right. They surprised me. And, United States, Canada, and Mexico all lost in the same round, though, which is kind of somewhat disappointing.
Yeah, Mexico apparently like the police even were like, did you hear about this? Like the police were like lighting up, or maybe it wasn't like the police, it might have been citizens, but they're like lighting off a bunch of fireworks at the and like pulling the fire alarm at the hotel of one of the teams playing Mexico.
I could see that happening. Um, so you're saying that the police did it or no?
It might have been just regular civilian people doing it, but yeah. I've just never heard of that before. People like screwing up their hotel.
Yeah. So this was before the game took place?
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of seems mean. Okay, so they did it to probably Norway?
Yeah, one of them, I guess.
All right. So back to the Donald Trump thing. So you're saying that he shouldn't have said anything?
Yeah, probably not.
Okay. But like, why not?
Is it cheating?
How is that cheating though? That's what I don't understand.
You're gaining an advantage, an unfair advantage.
Well, isn't there an argument to be made that the Belgium people they were like by their guys saying that we shouldn't have advocated for that, they're gaining an advantage?
Well, I think like the people in the Mexico, the team that's playing Mexico with like the fire alarm. I think that's I don't know how they should have gotten Airbnb or something, or that wasn't happening. But yeah, that's not fair. Is that what you're saying? Even I might be really misunderstanding what you're doing.
No, I'm saying that anybody should be able to say what they want. It's up to FIFA to make the final determination as to what goes down.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So, like, they could have asked for anything that they wanted, but it's up to FIFA to make that determination.
Yes.
Okay, so we're in agreement then.
Yeah.
Okay. So then you're saying that Donald Trump should have been able to say it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm in agreement with you, yeah. It's up to FIFA to make that determination, and if they deem it to be inappropriate, or, You can say whatever you want. I just don't feel like they had to listen to him. All right. So with that said, who's gonna win?
Which game?
No, who's gonna win it all?
I don't know. I hope Argentina. I'm not sure.
Why you want Argentina to win?
Because they deserve it.
They won last time.
So they deserve it more this time. They extra deserve it again.
That doesn't make sense to me. They extra deserve it this time because they won last time.
Why do they not deserve to win twice in a row?
No one deserves to win. Period. It's all about who plays the best and everything.
0 people deserve to win.
No, it's just like it's nice to spread it around, don't you think?
A little bit, yeah. But I think they deserve to win twice.
Okay. So you want them to win? You don't want France to win?
No.
Okay, why not?
They're too stacked.
Oh, you think they're too good?
Yeah.
Okay. What makes you feel like they're too good?
I don't know enough about soccer, but they just pay for the best players or anything.
You can't really do that, though. They have to be born in your place, though.
No, they don't. That's not true. They can. I was like, why doesn't Brazil have a good soccer team? That's because the best juniors are like 17 or whatever. These like European scouts would go and then bring them to like college in Europe, and then they don't have to play for their country.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that they get citizenship that way?
Yeah, there's some loophole.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. All right. I'll send you a Karen invite. I can't fucking get this to work. But then, I gotta keep working on it, so I can't just keep playing. But I feel
What do you actually need it for?
it. Like when I'm in the interview, it makes it look like I'm in a spaceship, and it looks cool.
Oh, I see.
And
What's wrong with your regular bat? You want the cool background?
Yeah, I mean, 250,000 people are gonna see it. I'd like it to look cool, but I also have a thing in the background that says where you can find all my stuff. So it's like a constant advertisement.
Wait, what does it say?
It's like where you can find my Discord and all my social media.
Nice. Link tree.
Yeah. You have an invite, and everybody's awaiting you.
All right, one sec.
Do you see that thing next to my name? It's like that thing that looks like a vagina, the like conch shell or whatever.
I've seen that for every day for the last 6 months.
Dude, I never have paid attention to that.
Okay. How many warm-up games do you need?
Baby, I'm waiting on you.
Well, I asked you a question. How many warm-up games do you need?
Dog, do you really think I need anything?
Do you know how well rested I am?
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. By the way, how did your stomach get like infected anyway?
Yellow scratched me.
Uh-oh.
Pretty stupid. Alright. Where's the invite? I don't see an invite, sir. You didn't send the invite, did you?
Dude, I sent it like 5 times.
Why is it not here?
You're still not getting it?
No.
Check on your main page.
I'm on the page.
You still haven't gotten it?
Nope.
Okay.
You're sending it to Verizon?
Yes, sir. Okay. Maybe it was just like a glitch or something? Are you getting it now?
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
It must have just been a glitch with the game. Look at what an advantage you have.
How is it? No.
Because you've got the black ones. And they're all on the
I'll
corners.
take the white ones all day.
Dog, you got the black ones. They're all on the corners. It's an obvious advantage. I know it's an advantage.
No,
Lucy's,
there's more black ones than there are white ones.
you're full of shit, dog.
I'm not kidding. What do you think of the GTA 6 price?
I think it's totally fine. It's actually less with inflation than all the other ones. So, like, the most expensive one would have been Grand Theft Auto 3, which is an equivalent of $90 today. And it was worth every penny of it. And they haven't done a rise in the average cost of a game in like 15 years. Like, it's been a long time. But they have subsidized that with microtransactions, which I get, but it's just like back when I would buy games, they were $50 each, and they're like still basically like $50 each, even though inflation has basically doubled that. Look at this shot, folks. Dude, where's your boy William Montgomery?
He's still performing.
Oh, stop. Fuck.
No, I have the shittiest title. Just, oh my god.
I mean, that, again, sounds like a you problem and really not a me problem. And I only focus on me problems, baby. Do you recognize the dominance that you're seeing? Where do I...
Yeah, it's because white is an advantage.
Dude, you're full of shit. That was almost the greatest shot you've ever seen in your entire life. I would love to see like really professional players play this, even on like an app, to see if they like if they will, let's say they could hit in one of their shots. Oh, make it. That was good. If they could hit in one of their shots, but they have to knock in two of their opponents, would they do it?
Under what conditions would they do it? Like, if it's early in the game, would they do it? If it's late in the game, would they do it?
I don't think they would do that, but I don't know.
You don't think they would knock in?
Maybe to keep going if they thought that they could just keep going after and sink a bunch.
Get it. Yeah, or if it's late in the game and they've got a huge lead, but all they have to do is knock those in. Folks, if I don't make this, though, you've got like some easy shots.
Yeah, the last one is not that easy, but well, now it is. Help me out. Except your stupid white one is on the wrong.
Garbage.
Nice. Alright, it's doable.
Are you serious?
Next one though.
Are you serious?
Yours is so easy.
Are you
Yeah,
serious? Am I in your head? Am I in your head?
I don't know. What happens if I sink both? Really?
I don't know. I don't know the rules that well. All I know is you better make a move because your time is running out, son. I don't know. I don't know why you would do that.
Whoops.
In a million years, you just.
Yeah, I was trying to shoot yours back to like the middle of my side.
Big dog. All I know is I'm a champion. Did you need that as a warm-up game, or is it what it really is, which is a real game?
Oh, that definitely was a warm-up game. South Sudan knows it was a warm-up game. Tunisia knows it's a warm-up game.
Ivory Coast didn't know it was in a warm-up game.
I don't know why you're so afraid to just break.
I'm not afraid. I just like to see what you do.
You're afraid.
No,
You're
not at all.
Definitely afraid.
Not at all. What do I do here? Just the sickest double shot ever.
Get incredibly lucky. I don't know.
Oh, but then incredibly unfortunate there. That was garbage, dog.
I never see you do these shots where, like, I do these shots all the time where I hit one of yours and then it hits mine and then it goes in. But you never do those shots.
Because I don't have to win. That's garbage. That was really bad.
Go in.
Riser, that was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Get
you
it.
Didn't even do one of those shots that I just
Get
did.
it, dog.
I've never seen you do one. I've never seen you do one. It's above your pay grade, that shot.
Are you seeing this dominance?
Yeah, see, white. There's way less whites than there are black caroms to sink.
Dog,
I know that.
I don't even have, like, what do I do? Oh, you're like, oh, you never hit my ball to hit the ball in it, the carom in or whatever. some kind
Yeah.
of bullshit
You
thing.
don't. You
Yeah,
don't
well,
have
'cause
the
that's why.
ability.
That's why I don't,
But
because then it
still.
spreads yours out to make them really easy to make. And you just
What?
fuck up
Are you-
royally.
Yo. Bullshit. That's not going in. Stay out of there. Nice.
One of the worst shots I've ever had the opportunity to witness.
Okay. Let's see. I mean, it's tied.
No, it's
No, it's
not.
not tied, but I don't think you're going to pocket this queen. I know that you're not going to pocket this queen. I guarantee it. That was
The sickest fucking win you have ever seen, son.
the luckiest throw I've ever seen.
The sickest fucking win you've ever seen, son. You're not even a challenge. Do you recognize that you're not even a challenge for me?
No, I wasn't even trying.
Do you recognize that you're not even a challenge for me?
I don't know about that.
Dog. Do you know what a challenge is?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
And do you recognize that you're not a challenge for me?
Where's the invite?
You gotta hold on, dog.
So you're afraid.
No. I'm just busy. Just calm down. I just beat you fair and square, pretty
Send me
easily.
a mini golf invite.
Dog, I will dominate you in that.
They updated the Play-Doh app or something.
Why do you think that?
I mean, I'd let you win, but they still may have tweaked the app. I think. Shadow update.
Look, I'm asking you a question. What makes you say that? I asked you a question, and I'm just waiting. I'm awaiting an answer.
The calibration was a little off there.
What makes you say that, though?
Just, I don't know. Maybe I was got a 2-week break. And I'm sure Alexander Rodriguez would also probably not bat 400 if he was on a 2-week break.
Why do you call him Alexander Rodriguez?
Because that's the name of the famous New York Yankee dude.
No, it's not.
It is. It's A-Rod.
I'm not denying that. But he played for a lot of teams. And why wouldn't you call him Alex Rodriguez, which is what everybody calls him?
I mean, his full legal name is Alexander.
All right, didn't know we were getting into that. I'm awaiting your acceptance. Are you going to accept
I
it?
feel bad for you. I feel bad for you. You're definitely gonna lose.
Dog, you got spanked in Karam with
Where,
one of
where
the.
did Zoot go?
Do you recognize you got? I had one of the greatest endings to a game that you've ever seen.
Yeah, that shot didn't even make sense.
I'm just telling you what I did and how good it was. Do you see my drive right now? Do you see this drive?
That wasn't impressive or good. Yeah.
What the fuck was that, dog?
You have to make this.
No, I don't.
Oh,
What makes you say I have to make it?
if you wanted to win.
You still could have missed your shot.
Oh. Brutal. That was a good little move there.
I consider it Newfie. I'm about to show you a Labradorian shot, though. Maybe one of the greatest Labradorian shots in the history of the game. You're not making this. Definitely a miss. Just absolute,
My ball.
absolute perfection. You're witnessing absolute perfection.
Yeah, it better let me go first, or else this game is rigged. Yeah, that's bullshit. We tied on the first hole, but then you got to go first on
Devastating.
that hole.
Devastating, Riser.
I don't know what you're doing.
Devastating.
I don't know what you were doing.
Riser, devastating.
I don't know what I'm doing either. I haven't played this one.
Devastating.
I
Devastating,
don't know what I'm
Riser.
doing.
What the fuck was that, dude?
Your shitty ball was in the way.
Look how good a shot this is, Riser. Do you recognize this? Do you recognize how my ball is in a perfect position? Oh, that was a great shot.
Eh.
Stop, 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 stop. Garbage. Garbage.
No.
Terrible shot. Oh, no. We were playing neck and neck.
Yo, it should have let me go first on that hole. That was BS. Why? How come when I tie, you get to go first, but when I tie you, it doesn't swap? This hole is garbage.
Devastating shot, dog.
Hey, fuck off. Oh my god. Seriously?
What?
Oh, what a newfie. What a newfie shot. Oh no! Oh, you blocked my shot though. Fuck. I think I just have to like wait it out.
You're done. You're not hitting this shot. You're gonna hit the tree. The tree. It's obviously you're gonna hit the tree.
What the fuck?
Guaranteed win, my friend.
That was bullshit.
Guaranteed win. Are you seeing this?
Yeah, this game is rigged. It should. There's. Explain to me why it didn't let me go first. I'll wait.
I don't know why you're still thinking about that when you should be recognizing that
No,
you
'cause
basically have to
I've
make this
been-
shot. You basically have to make this shot. It's over.
I don't.
Oh, it's over. You're done. You're done. Brendan Schaub would say you're done. Brian Callen would say you're done. Indigo Montoya would say you're done.
I should, man. Well, you hit some cowardly baby first shot. So.
It's over. Riser, you've lost 3 games in a row.
No, 2 of those are warm-up games.
I mean, I'm just dominant. I think you recognize that. That I'm just dominant. Let him go first.
No, I mean, maybe if the game isn't rigged, I would actually be able to win.
I mean, what makes you think it's rigged? It's pretty obviously not rigged.
We both tied. Okay, so I got to go first, and then we tied. And then the next hole, it swapped to you going first. We tied, and then swapped to me going first the next hole. And then we tied again, and then you still were going. And it was like, why isn't it swapping?
Why does that even matter?
What do you mean, why does it matter? It's a giant, huge advantage to go first.
Why do you think so? Why aren't you trying to play this hole? Why aren't you trying to play this hole?
Why aren't you trying to play this hole?
Because you're not trying to play the hole.
You do this every single time. That's your big strategy. So
And it's a brilliant strategy. If you have to go first on this hole,
it should let me. It should let me go first, but it's rigged. You're probably altering the software.
dude, it is your advantage to go first on neither of. It's not your advantage to go first on either of these holes. This is a free win for you on this hole.
Oh, no, if you do that, though. Fuck.
Are you seeing this, Riser? No way you make this. No way. He's taking an L, folks. Riser is officially taking an L.
Yeah, because it didn't swap and let me go first.
This is like that time he lost 13 games in a row, and everybody knows it. 13 games in a row. It was ridiculous. And they weren't even ties. They were straight up wins.
Now I have to deal with your BS on this fucking hole.
What do you want me to do, dog? I'm playing smartly. I'm playing one of the most brilliant games you've ever seen. This is brilliance. You're witnessing brilliance, Riser. frankly, I think you should feel fortunate that you're even getting a chance to witness what I'm doing.
Oh, hit the move. Bro.
Don't hit his ball. Are you seeing this? Hit it off the chicken, hit the barn, and then you can stop me from scoring. Yeah. No, you're fucking up. You're gonna hit the. You fucked up.
Okay, so 2 of these holes. Oh, another hole that's bullshit. Okay. Wow. Of course. Go figure. Great. Alright. Fuck this game.
That's what, 3 games in a row? 4. I've won 4 games in a row.
It was a 0 game. That game didn't count at all. That was straight up rigged.
Riser,
That was straight up rigged.
Riser, you've lost 4 games in a row. No, you
No,
lost
I
2
haven't.
caroms in a
The
row.
last game was not
Oh,
a
you've lost
game.
5 games in a row. I think 5 games.
You had like 5 find the hole bullshit holes that you don't participate in.
Are you proud of that shot?
I think it's good. I think it's going in the next. This is a 2-shot hole for me. Oh, bump my ball. Thank you. That's done. It's over. Give me 4 of these find the hole holes where you don't participate in. Please. That's a mess.
Riser, what did you think of my last shot?
See, why is it swapping? That is such BS.
You need one of the best shots ever here, and you had an amazing shot. But frankly, I don't think it's good enough to keep up with this shot. Do you recognize how good that shot was?
Oh, damn it.
Riser. Do you
I
recognize?
don't need to cheat.
Do you recognize I have not lost to you on a hole yet? Thank God. Did you know Bonnie Tyler passed away?
Sorry. Who is that person?
She's saying it's a heartache. Everybody knows it. Everybody's awaiting you. Bonnie Tyler's awaiting you. Malcolm Jamal Warner is awaiting you. Stop right there. Right there. What a lock-in. I call this a lock-in. Because you're locked in. You're in my web. I'm a fucking spider, and you're in my web. Look at this move. Stay right there. Stay right there.
Wow.
Are you seeing this?
Bullshit.
Riser, are you seeing this? That's not a good shot. That's not a good shot. That's bad, actually. It's really bad. Oh, that's what you wanted to do? You think that's a good shot? Dog. Look at this play. So remember I was saying how really good players will play? I'm showing it to you right now.
Yeah, what is this bullshit find the hole shit? This game is rigged.
Oh,
This game is absolute fucking rigged.
dog. Dog.
6-shot hole. This fucking dog shit.
Are you seeing this though? No, 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 no.
That hit the shadow. Fuck off. That literally grazed the fucking shadow.
Do you see that your ball is literally as far away from the hole as it possibly could be right now? I'm essentially guaranteed the win right now. At least a share of it.
Yeah, because it's these bullshit rigged holes.
I mean, I'm not choosing the holes, Riser. I hope you know that I'm not choosing the holes. I have no say in them.
No, you are choosing to play like a.
Would you choose to
Whatever
play
this
any
is.
differently than how I'm choosing to play? Would you choose
Yeah, I
to?
wouldn't play like I don't play like a coward. I don't need to be afraid and play like an absolute.
Riser, I'm not
coward.
afraid of
Find a
anything.
hole.
Riser, I'm not
I
afraid of
don't need to
anything.
do that. Well, you're playing like you're awfully afraid. I mean, you can't even get through the first gate. Clearly, you have no idea what you're doing. Notice how if it's not a find a hole, then it's just straight garbage. You need to get this shot through the thing.
One of the greatest shots.
Oh,
That was almost the greatest shot you've ever seen. Admit it. That was almost the greatest shot you've ever seen.
Yeah, but it wasn't. That's the thing. It wasn't even close. That's the real. No.
Riser, that was devastating.
Yeah, again.
Riser, just absolutely devastating, son. Hit my ball. That was amazing.
I can make the next shot. Why don't you hit my ball into like the tree or something? Fuck off.
Riser,
Bullshit.
Riser, what'd you think of my shot?
That was such.
Riser, what'd you think of my
That
shot?
was such unbelievable amount of dog shit.
Riser.
Oh,
Oh,
such amount.
wow. And that shot wins it for us. Folks, you are in the presence of greatness. Do you recognize this?
I'm sending you an invite.
Riser, do you recognize that you're in the presence of greatness? Riser.
You have an invite.
Riser.
No, I'm in the presence of a coward.
Riser, you're in the presence of greatness.
Holes.
Riser, you are in the presence of
I don't need
greatness.
to be a chicken. I don't need to be a chicken. I don't need to rig the game so that it always makes me go first. I don't need to do that. I mean, yeah.
Very good. Fuck. It's over, folks. It's over. It's done. It's done. I know it's done. Joey Diaz knows it's done. We're down.
You are
3.
losing.
Yeah, I'm exactly where I want to be.
A comeback kid. You're ahead by 2 points. You have 1 shot. That should have missed. Okay, I need to get 3 points. It's over.
Yeah, because you got your sound on. It's distracting.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I can hear your sound, dog.
Okay. Well, you lost.
Where's the invite? I'm awaiting it.
Okay.
If this says archery, you just know that it's over. Dog.
I dominate in archery.
Dog.
Do you want the archery invite?
No, I'm
'Cause
I'm sending you a
You
mini.
get more shots. You literally get 2 bonus shots.
Riser, stop. I'm sending you a mini golf invite.
I already sent you an invite. Oh, well, host advantage. Here we go.
How is this host advantage? That's not a thing. That's like
It
oyster.
is.
That's like oyster sickness.
Clam sickness.
Riser, do you recognize that that was not a good shot?
It doesn't matter. I'll stay in.
Riser, do you see where my ball is? Do you see where your ball is? Your ball's so far back.
I'm right where I want to be.
Oh, devastating.
Unbelievably garbage.
Devastating.
So
Devastating.
bad.
Hit my ball, baby. Hit my ball. Thank you. Oh, oh.
What are you doing? I gave you a gift. I handed you a gift.
That's the first hole in which you have won. On which you have won. Whatever. Dog. This game is rigged. What is this? What are you doing? You're not even playing seriously. That's the most dog shit shot I've ever seen.
No, you're talking during my backswing.
Riser. You need to learn how to focus, son. Do you think that Tiger Woods, when he was getting his 3rd DUI, was saying you're talking in the middle of my backswing?
Yes, I do.
That was the worst shot I've ever seen.
This hole sucks. This was, I taught you that shot and you still screwed up. Okay. Now you're in trouble because now I can do this.
You can't do anything, dude. You're done. You're done. That's a miss.
You're not getting through that. No. Thanks. Thank you. Are you the host? Oh yeah, you got to go. No, I got to go. So. I won. After that. Let's see. Watch it swap to you. This time.
It's not going to.
Let's give you. Let's let you go first.
How about you
Okay,
use
well.
every advantage in the book, including on this hole, which is a free point for you. Fuck.
Short.
You know that I needed one of the greatest shots that you've ever seen in the history of the game.
So if you can reliably do this hole, then you have a major win. Terrible. Get there. Get there. You need a really good shot right now. That's not it. That's not it. Down 2. We need a miracle shot right now. Down 2. It's over. It's over. Pack your bags. It's over. Look. For anyone at home, notice how when it's not these BS find a hole shenanigan crap holes, I actually win. Silence from the red line. Just shame and silence. It's over. It's over. Down by 3. What's your excuse for that one? You didn't have enough find a hole holes? Oh, you. Okay. There we go. Am I on white? Oh, that's weird. See, look at how much advantage this is.
I don't understand your logic.
Oh, you got to break and shove them all on my end.
Are you proud of that shot?
Very proud.
Riser,
So proud I disrespected.
Riser, you gave me two
So
easy
proud I
shots.
just had to disrespect you. And you know I execute on my disrespect. I don't miss. I don't go 1 for 9 when I disrespect.
You didn't call it, son.
I just told you.
Dog, I don't even know what you're saying.
I just told you.
I think you should speak English.
You just got disrespected.
Fuck
And you
that.
missed some of the easiest shots I've ever seen in my life.
Riser, are you gonna go?
I played a lot of Karen games.
Then you've lost more than you've won.
I don't think that's true.
Against me, it is.
I don't think that's true either.
It most certainly is. How many carom games have you won in the last 2 weeks against me? I'll wait.
You know?
Riser, I'm gonna ask this question to you again. How many carom games have you won against me in the last 2 weeks? I'll wait.
I haven't played you in the last 2 weeks.
We played 2 games earlier today, and you lost. Need I remind you, dog? Now look at this. This could be monstrous.
Knock mine in. What are you gonna do now? What are you gonna do with that?
Did you not see what I just did with it, son? Did you see that was a sniper? I was a sniper.
That was pretty. I mean, you better. Oh, pull a rabbit out of your hat here, because these Karens are going in. These boots are made for walking.
You don't even know who sings that song.
I do.
No, you don't. Then you would say it. But you're not. Because you don't know.
I do know.
Then what's her name?
Why would I tell you?
Because I asked. She's a daughter of someone. She's the Listen to me. She's the daughter of someone very famous.
I'm playing Karen right now. I don't have the time to clear my brain.
Riser. You know that one section of your computer that has all that stuff you don't know what's going on? You need to delve into that part of your brain and find out who sings the song. This is a terrible shot. I can just tell you right now with a big smile on my face that this is a terrible shot. I would have made it way better.
It's over. Yeah, it's over. Yeah.
Are you gonna go?
The game is officially over.
Are you gonna go?
You're done. You're done. These Karens are made for Karen, and that's just what they do. You lost. You lost.
Riser, I'm awaiting you. Are you gonna go, or are you just gonna sit there and J-Yor? Riser, you're J-Yorn, dog. Riser, you are.
Which version of the song did you want to?
Dog. Are you gonna go, or are you gonna talk?
Which version of the song did you want the answer to?
Are you gonna go?
I'm trying.
Dog, you're wasting time.
You weren't answering my question.
My man, I already know the answer.
No, I asked which version of the song do you want? The original or the other one? The new one?
The new one by Jessica Simpson or the old one by Nancy Sinatra? Son?
Yes.
I'm the end all be all. I'm the alpha and the omega, baby. Are you seeing this? Now you remember you were like, you don't ever hit my.
Where's Jessica Simpson born?
Oh fuck. Just it's in. I want to say. Do I have to know the city?
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
Just say Earth.
That's a good point. I could just say Earth. I want to say she's from the state of Texas, and it's gonna have to be probably Abilene. But she ended up moving from there, so. What's the answer?
Come on, dude. You know those Abilene, Texas.
I said it.
Oh, I don't know. So, what is this arrangement of Karen Powell?
Dude, I would have made all of them by now, but you're taking forever. Look at you. Watch this. I'm going to use your ball to hit my ball in, or my carom, or whatever. What is this arrangement, dog?
Exactly.
Dog, you've got so many in the corner you could hit in.
Thanks. I didn't notice that. Okay, we'll start with 2.
Okay, you're still losing by 2.
I'm not losing by 2.
Yeah, it's 4 to 2.
I'm disrespecting.
You just don't like that I used the queen at the end to my advantage.
No, it has nothing to do with that and everything to do with the disrespect.
Are you going to go? That's my question for you. You're over here trying to figure out where Abilene, Texas is and who Jessica Simpson's birth parents are and who is Nancy Sinatra's father. I'll wait.
Frank.
All right, do you think Frank Sinatra would have missed that shot?
I think Frank Sinatra wouldn't appreciate people talking while he's playing the trumpet.
He didn't play the trumpet, dog.
How do you know that?
Because I asked him directly on his deathbed, Frankie Blue Eyes.
Yeah,
have you ever played the trumpet? And he said, Rabbi, it was my dying wish to play the trumpet, but no, I never got a chance to play the trumpet. And I said, okay, that's cool. And then I looked him deeply in his eyes, and then I just let him pass into the night. Are you seeing this, Riser? Riser.
I mean, this arrangement is just handing you easy shots.
Riser, are you ready for some of the noofiest shit you've ever seen? Fuck.
I don't know how you would possibly think that was a good shot.
Are you gonna go? That's my question. Why does it take you so long to hit shots? Frank Sinatra wants to know why it takes you so long to take shots. Barbara Sinatra wants to know why it takes you so long to take shots. That was really bad. That was really bad.
That was calculated.
You've got all your fucking things.
It's completely calculated. What are you gonna do now? What are you gonna do now? You're gonna get me an easy win? That's your strategy?
You have 2 of the most difficult shots in the history of the game. That's not a make. That's terrible. That was really sad.
That was a good shot. That was an incredible shot. Oh, that was a good shot.
Yeah, it was one of the best shots you've ever seen. I can't believe you missed this next shot. It's unbelievable to me that you would miss this next shot. Unbelievable to me. Like, of the things that I believe in this world, including a biodome at the bottom of Lake Geneva, I can't believe that you would miss this shot. It's unbelievable to me. Now, what are you going to do here, son? What are you going to do here? You have one of the most difficult shots in the history of the game.
I have to nuke it, I guess.
You're not noofing anything. My friend.
Yeah,
My friend.
oh no, I hit the perfect shot. You're done. You're not going to make the next shot. What are you gonna do now? Actually, I see it. You have to hit a decent more newfie, but you don't.
Stop.
Simply do not have the skill. Oh, 2 in a row.
You know,
Outskilled, outperformed, dominated, humiliated.
Riser, you and I both know that everybody's awaiting you to go.
You got disrespected. How does that feel?
That's not even
2 in
a
a
thing.
row,
That's not even a thing.
disrespected.
Dog, that's not even a thing. I'm disrespecting you. I'm letting you go first. I don't even need to go first. I'm that good.
Black is a disadvantage.
Riser, are you seeing this?
Yeah, I know, 2 in a row. It's crazy. I could never imagine losing 2 in a row.
You just did earlier today.
No, one was a warm-up game.
Warm-up games don't exist in the real world, son. I don't even have a shot because
Would you like to blame the arrangement? Are you blaming the arrangement right now?
No, I'm making an observation. Are you trying to take my ability to make an observation away, just like you want to take away Donald Trump's ability to discuss FIFA decisions?
That was a lie. I said he's totally allowed to do whatever.
Okay.
And I mostly blame FIFA for that decision.
Okay.
Whether questioning FIFA, whether that's appropriate for them.
Riser, this is one of the worst shots I've ever seen. You know you're supposed to try to get it in, right?
Like, your record for disrespect is like 1 in 11, so I'm not too worried.
Riser, did you just see that move?
I'm sure that was totally intentional.
Riser,
Yeah.
are you seeing this?
What are you gonna do now? Yes. And you set me up. So thank you.
Are you proud of that shot? Riser, are you proud of that shot?
No, I'm not.
Do you really think that you're going to win? You're down by...
We have the easiest arrangement I've ever seen, minus the queen.
The queen's even easier. I think the queen makes it easier.
I know, you have a lot of easy shots.
Dog, are you gonna go?
No, I can sing.
Are you gonna
This one in the
disrespect me?
corner,
Are
which
you
I
gonna
don't know if I
disrespect
can
me?
do.
Are you gonna disrespect me? No, because you don't have the balls. You don't have the balls to disrespect me. You don't have the balls to disrespect me. No balls, no disrespect. No balls, no balls, folks. Riser doesn't have the balls to disrespect me. He only has the balls to hit terrible shots. No disrespect, just terrible shots. Riser, that was
Yeah.
terrible. Okay, do you recognize that that was terrible? And do you recognize that you're witnessing greatness here? Riser. Devastation.
What? Choke. 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 Choke.
Are you gonna go? I mean, you just take so long. I don't understand why you can't go faster. Terrible shot. Terrible shot putting my ball in.
That was just bullshit, but it's fine. Get in. Okay, good.
You think
Oh,
you're gonna make this shot? The angles are not with you, my friend. The angles are not with you. That's terrible. That's pink. What are you doing? What are you even doing, dude? What are you
I
even
don't
doing?
know. I should have new feuded or something. I should have just new feud.
Are you seeing this?
That was bad.
Rise, are you seeing this?
I mean, I gave you the win because you kept talking. during the
Riser,
next
I'm the champion.
Really?
I'm the champion. Riser, do you recognize
I
that?
don't need to cheat.
Riser, I'm the champion. I've won more games than you have in the last 2 weeks. I've won more games today than you have, and I've won more games all time. Are you going to go?
That's fake news.
This is a terrible shot. You get all the advantages. We even looked into the statistics. The person who goes first in Karam wins like 50% of the time. I'm going against all the statistics because I'm amazing. I'm an outlier. Look at this shot. Look at these shots, dude. Riser, are you seeing this?
Yeah, it's actually a huge disadvantage too, but I mean,
Riser, I can't hear you because of all of the Karams that are going in. Are you seeing this? I mean, finally, I had to like maybe not make one on purpose because I had just made 4 in a row. That's ridiculous. That's a terrible shot. Awful. You had to get fortunate on that one, dog. One of the greatest, most fortunate moves ever.
I mean,
This is terrible. Just your strategy. You have dog shit strategy, dog. Just really some of the worst strategy I've ever seen. You talk about disrespecting only when it's convenient to you. Like, why aren't you disrespecting right now? Why don't you try to disrespect right now? Because you can't. Because you can't. Because you can't. Because you can't.
Here, I just did.
You didn't call it though. You didn't call it. You need to call the disrespect.
Yeah, I didn't call it now.
Yeah, you know that's 50% of the disrespect is calling it. Everybody knows that. I know that. Lucy Snorbush knows that. Joey Diaz knows that. Lee Sayat knows that. Do you even know who Lee Sayat is, Riser?
I'm winning. You're not winning.
You don't know who Lee Sayat.
The arrangement is clearly favoring you.
Yeah, exactly. The second that you miss, I'm going to put all these in. Every single one of them.
There, look where they are.
Yeah, thank you. I'm in a perfect position. Are you going to go? That's my question. It's not where these things are arranged. It's are you...
Get in. A shot. What a shot.
Riser, that was garbage. You and I both know it was not good. You know that you didn't have a good shot. Riser, you know that you didn't have a good shot. Lucy Snorbush knows that you didn't have a good shot. Amanda Tuardros knows that you did not have a good shot. Dave Donahue knows that you did not have a good shot. Tim Dillon knows that you didn't have a good shot.
Look at this Newfie shot. No,
I don't understand what you... Do you know Newfie means smart?
Whatever, I went on a roll there. I went on a roll. Whatever that was, sucks.
Riser, do you see that my caroms are in a perfectly strategic part? Do you see this?
You're not getting that one in off the side.
Riser, I'm going to get them all in.
Maybe. I doubt it. You're not getting that one in either.
What are you
What?
talking about, dog?
What?
What are you talking
No
about?
way. You shot it backwards. That's big. You can't shoot it backwards.
I just
Okay.
did a devastating shot against myself.
Lost the game for no reason. Good job. No.
Devastating. Riser. Got it. Champion, baby. Do you recognize that you are in the presence of greatness? Do you recognize that? Riser, do you need me to ask you this question again? Do you recognize that you're in the presence of greatness? Yes or no? I'll wait. Riser, you were devastated. Tears pouring down your cheeks. Do you know that I'm the best?
I don't know. No, certainly not at archery.
Dude, F your archery. That game's rigged. Are you ready to lose again?
No, that's too much. Too much play and losses.
You know that I'm the best, Riser, right? I beat you, 2 games in a row there and 2 games at the beginning. I beat you 4 games. I beat you in really just about everything that wasn't rigged.
Sure.
Thank you. Riser, do you think I'm the best person ever at that game?
Carom, no. At golf, no. At basketball, no. At archery, no. At literati, no. The answer is no.
Riser, you know I'm better than you are at literati.
Yeah, but not Scrabble.
Big dog, I'm better at all of it than you are. And you just admitted that I'm better than you at literati? That was very kind of you.
Yeah, no one cares about literati. There's no literati world championship in Ghana.
How do you know?
Because there's not.
But how do you know?
Because I know.
Have you ever known anybody who's Ghanese?
I know that there's no literati world championship in Ghana.
Did you know that I know a lot of people from Ghana? In real
That's
life?
great. So they'll also know that there's no literati world championship in Ghana.
I don't know if you know this, Riser, but you just lost in Carom multiple games in a row. Do you want to be interviewed on this fact?
No, I didn't. I didn't lose a single game. I don't know.
My friend, you lost the first game. You lost the second game. You lost the second to last game. You lost the last game. Riser, and you lost in amazing fashion. Amazing fashion, because here's why. I shocked the world with some of my shots. People couldn't get it through their heads how amazing these shots were. Do you recognize that? Do you recognize how dominant I was in mini golf?
No,
Are you ready
I
for?
don't.
Are you ready for?
I don't.
Are you ready for a Fighter and the Kid update?
No.
Okay. I mean, you don't have to have one. What do you think happened to William Montgomery?
He's performing comedy. He just needs a little break.
Do you think he's done from Kill Tony?
He doesn't need Kill Tony. He'll be fine. I hope not.
But you don't even watch him on it.
I do. I don't know what you're talking about. I literally do.
When's the last time you watched him on Kill Tony? I'll wait.
I watched the compilations of his, the hour straight of him on Kill Tony.
Okay, but that's not him on the show. That's compilations of him on the show.
I mean, how is that any different? It shows his full set.
Does it show his interviews?
Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes people make comments later on in the show or before in the show, and you don't necessarily always have an idea of what's going on. You recognize that?
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to sit through a 5-hour show to hear one more comment, but really, 1/8 of the time.
Do you recognize, though, that a true William Montgomery fan would do that?
You're not a true William Montgomery fan.
Riser?
I know that.
Riser?
You haven't even seen the podcast.
Riser, I've seen more of the podcast than you have.
No, you have not.
You know that's true.
No, I taught you everything you know about the podcast. You didn't even know he had a podcast.
You didn't either. You didn't know he had Brothers in Cursive until I told you about it.
Yeah, and you only knew about that because I told you who William Montgomery was. You didn't even know who he was.
I know who he was.
You didn't even know what Kill Tony was.
No, I did know what Kill Tony was.
No, you didn't.
I invented it. So remember when you said William Montgomery would be back within a month? What happened to that plan?
I don't think it's been a month.
It's been over a month, dog.
I don't know about that.
Dog. Do you recognize that it's been over a month?
No, I think I said he'll be back in like 6 months.
You said he would be back within a month.
I said I hope he'll be back in a month.
Alright, I'm going to start OBS now.
Why is your OBS not working?
Dog, that's a great
so
question.
This is how it's going to be displayed for everyone to see on the screen. It's really just the regular standard OBS application. Yes, that's right. So now I'll go ahead and start the download process for it. Okay, OBS, and then we'll continue from there. Yes, that's absolutely right.
Do you think I'm the greatest Karen player you've ever played?
So there are two things I need to show you. Okay, yes, take a look at this particular one here.
No,
And just make sure
I mean
that
I've
it's
ever
actually
played,
correct.
sure, but
Alright, you can download it using this link. It's from GitHub. You see, everything
you're
is
the
written
only
right here.
Karen player I've ever played, so
There are a few different things to consider here, but
you're
after I've
best
gone
in
ahead
the world.
and confirmed the 1.3.7 version, right? I'll proceed to download that specific.
I think
zip
I'm
file.
the best you've ever played.
And then once that download is complete, I'll open
You're
it
the
up.
only person I've ever played.
So this is the way it ended up looking, isn't it? Well, Actually, this is the official page, and you can navigate to it from right here. You see the official page just like this, and if you take a look here, the instructions are clearly laid out, and if you click this button, you'll be able to download it. Therefore, this is indeed the official method for downloading.
Do you think I'm the best mini golf player you've ever played?
Okay. Alright, so I've got this file here, and I'm going to go ahead
including
and
myself
install
or
it for
no?
you. First, we'll take care of this step, and then we'll move on to the next one, because if you don't do this part first, you might run into some errors, so please make sure you take care of this.
Why is
You
it
need to click
impossible to
and block
install
here,
OBS?
okay? After that, you proceed to extract all, just like this. Yes, extract.
What did you say, big dog?
I'm gonna go to sleep.
Okay.
But
God
good
willing,
luck with your podcast.
God willing, everything goes well, my man. If it does,
Stupid stuff there.
you know I'm the best. All right. Take care, big dog. It was really great to see you again. And I hope you feel better.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, I just need to make sure my belly button doesn't get worse.
Yeah, dog.
So
How big
I'll
is
go
this?
there.
How big is this scratch?
It was not a big scratch.
And it just got infected?
Yeah,
Okay. That can be dangerous. Best wishes with it, my man.
thanks. Holler at me when Zoot's here.
Will do, big dog. I'll have him call you.
You really need to extract this properly, okay? Otherwise, it'll just break. And then in this folder, OBS background remover, you'll find the main plugin files and things like that. Regarding that more in the data, well, it's quite varied. Yes, it's very diverse. This is also quite varied, you see. Indeed, very varied. This covers many things. Yes, that's the situation. Okay, so there's an install plugin right here, and it's set up so you should follow the instructions exactly as they're written. Alright, so on this PC, the local disk, and then I need to find the program file. Where exactly was that located again? Oh wait, I remember now, it's OBS Studio. I believe there's a plugin folder around here, but if you... Now, it's OBS Studio. I believe there's a plugin folder around here, but if you place anything in this specific location, it will cause problems. You absolutely must not put anything here. It's strictly forbidden. While it might seem possible to place them in areas like this, please do not put them here under any circumstances. This particular spot is, in fact, designated solely for the core OBS applications on plugins. Any circumstances forbidden. While it might seem possible to place them in areas like this, please do not put around it. And remember now, it's OBS Studio. I believe there's a plugin folder around here, but if you place anything in this specific location, it will cause problems. You absolutely must not put anything here. It's strictly forbidden. While it might seem possible to place them in areas like this, please do not put them here under any circumstances. This particular spot is, in fact, designated solely for the core OBS applications on plugins. Therefore, any plugins you've downloaded independently should never, ever be placed in this folder. It will completely break your setup. Don't put it there, it'll break. Now, where's the right place to put it? This PC, this one, no, that's not it. This PC, this one, wait, it's not there. Now, if you're asking where the best place to be is, or where you should go, it's definitely right here. If you type it in like this, you'll actually find it. folder is the one called program data, you know? And then inside that, there's a folder named OBS Studio. And within that, yes, another folder. Hold on a second. It's for things like plugins. Just a moment. Okay, so right here, yes, where's the new option? There it is. So with this, for the plugin, I'll create a folder this way, right? And then the one I just opened, is it this one? Yes, this one. Okay, so I'll take this file and I'll place it right here. Oh, no, that's not exactly what I meant. You just copy this one, and paste it right here. Okay, and with that, the installation is complete. It's become so simple now. No,
No fucking way.
Loga betrays the telltale signs of glossolalia, or speaking in tongues, especially in some clustered repetitions. We'll talk more about this in a moment. Also, it appears that the revelation of this scripture would proceed in phases of roughly 40-day cycles. 3 40-day cycles, 40 days of revelation, 40 days of rest, contemplation, and clarification, and then 40 days to recopy the Liber Loga in the angelic script from right to left. Now, the actual process of how all this went down is a bit of a huge mess, and by the end of it all, Dee is begging the angelic maiden Madini, who he actually named his daughter after, to get her mom, who is actually the wisdom angel Galva, to just make him a copy of the book the way that it's supposed to be, which she actually agrees to do and then doesn't really deliver on. Of course, this is all recorded in the Spirit Diaries if you want to trace out this wonderfully complicated drama. And trust me, there is no better drama than angelic drama. Now that we know the importance and mode of revelation, what do we actually know about these grids? Frankly, not much, but let's say what little we can. Virtually all the tables are given titles in the angelical language, though just what these titles mean in relation to the tables is unclear, surprisingly. They may act as seed words in a way similar to the 36 by 36 tables of the Book of Soiga that Dee was convinced and the angel Uriel affirmed was known to Adam in the Garden of Eden. Though, as I've pointed out in other episodes on Dee, the Soiga tables were generated using a mathematical algorithm not discovered again until the 1990s. Not that that doesn't mean that, I guess, Adam didn't have that algorithm too. Hashtag atomical algorithm. The first folio is composed of entire words, as I've mentioned, 49 by 49 words, roughly 2,400 in total, and seems to be reserved for the, quote, God Christ alone. Despite this, a bit about the text is known from the angels, and it seems like the first tables recall the very creation of the universe itself, along with the creation of the angels and eventually the details of the fall of Lucifer. Specifically, lines 21 through 23 are said to be, quote, invitations very pleasant to good angels, and may perhaps be some kind of angelical invocation, though, again, no translation of this section is provided. The second table is said to represent, quote, the kings and ministers of government, though whether that's celestial kings and representatives or terrestrial government is clear. This might also be a good time to mention that the Liber Loga can also be used for remote viewing, or really just spying on various parts of the globe, which shouldn't be terribly surprising given Dee's role in the world of Elizabethan espionage. The fourth table has something to do with the incarnation of human beings into our physical bodies, while the ninth is perhaps the strangest and most famous of the tables of the Liber Loga, as it was reproduced in Casaubon's True and Faithful Relation. This table is unusual. Unusual compared to the other tables. All of this is pretty unusual, to say the least, because it contains numerals in its four corners and a circle in the center with further numbers, along with the name of the Heptarchic Prince of the Sun and Sunday Bornogo, written in a star-like pattern, kind of like a shining sun. While the spirit occurs in this table and none of the others, again, it isn't clear, but this table does stand out as somewhat idiosyncratic. Further, table 19 or 18, depending on how you count, if you count table 1 or not, is said to be, quote, about the spirits of the earth. This is also the table that Kelly read aloud, which seems to have accidentally summoned some spirits with shovels who promptly began to beat Kelly until Dee used a magic wand basically to banish them. So don't read any of this out loud unless you want to be beaten with angelic shovels. The remaining tables seem to represent the 30 aethers, or the heavenly realms or strata reaching up from the earth to the, well, the very throne of God. This is also, by the way, how you do the whole remote viewing thing, by contacting the appropriate angelic governor of the appropriate aether. These aethers aren't exactly stacked atop one another, but seem to interpenetrate each other somehow. Also, it's worth mentioning that this text is structured like a Hebrew book, and thus one descends, like Merkaba tradition, one descends from the Aether of Lil down to the fourfold, a first Aether of Tex. This seems either lost or ignored by some occultists, with folks like Aleister Crowley kind of going backwards or upwards in his famous working. I'm not sure exactly how that worked or whatever, but yeah, that's a thing. The last and 49th table is also unusual. It's revealed by the angelic wisdom spirit Galva. The final tablet seems to represent the evil and chaotic final period of the reign of the Antichrist as a kind of epilogue to all creation. Unlike the others, this table is actually written in 5 tables of 21 letters each, though the Revelation actually contains a total of 113 letters, which with a little manipulation and kind of looking at it sideways can be reduced to 105 letters, which do actually fit into those tables. Further, the final revelation of Table 49 is accompanied by horrible appearances and is said to represent the, quote, disorder of the world, with D noting that it was, in fact, quote, a hellish, wicked one. Indeed, Galba calls the tables a hodgepodge without order, though, interestingly enough, the word Loga is actually the very first word revealed in this final evil table. The language of the Liber Loga is particularly otherworldly despite its alleged angelic origins. For instance, it doesn't really contain any particularly exotic phonemes. They're more or less identical to those of Latin or English, and despite a few consonant clusters that would prove difficult for an English speaker, though perhaps a Polish speaker wouldn't have any problems at all, there isn't anything specifically challenging about the pronunciation of the angelical language here. Though, you should probably recall that whole Edward Kelly getting beaten by spirits with shovels bit for reading parts of it aloud, and, you don't have John B. with you to use his rainbow magic wand combo breaker against them. As I noted earlier, there are also telltale signs of glossolalia, or speaking in tongues, especially localized phonemic clusters in either repetition or just slight mutation, or both. I do think this is evidence that Kelly did enter into a significant alteration of consciousness during these sessions. While no extended string is translated in the Liber Loga, some glosses of words are given, and it appears that there is some phonemic continuity with the later angelic calls. Though, at least from a computational level, for instance, calculations of Shannon's entropy or Zipf's laws on the Liber Loga and the angelic calls does seem to reveal enough informational difference to indicate that these languages, the language of the Liber Loga and the language of the later calls, are in fact distinct. Now, what to make of that, I don't know. While I've done some amateur computational linguistic analysis of these two data sets, I'd really love to work with an academic computational linguist on a full analysis of the angelic language. To my knowledge, this has never been done, and we have a really fascinating little project. Shoot me a message via my website if you're an academic computational linguist and this sounds interesting to you. So, how are these tables supposed to be used? It appears that after copying them out correctly, they are somehow unlocked or open using a series of 48 calls or psalm-like texts written in the angelic language, along with all that complex ritual furniture described in the earlier heptarchic system. Starting with the second table, recall that the first one is sealed for the quote God Christ, and the first angelic call, along with the famous prayer of Enoch revealed by the angel Ave. One would work through each of these tables and calls, including the final call of the Aethers, by substituting the names of the various Aethers, starting with Lil and working your way down, so to speak, to the layers of text. So, just how this is supposed to work is anything other than clear, and there's basically no evidence that Dee and Kelly even attempted such an undertaking. I mean, this whole thing is supposed to kinda herald the apocalypse, so monkeying around with it seems like a real bad idea. Like, I accidentally the apocalypse. Sorry level of bad ideas, but do you, as the kids say. Though I should point out here, there's a long-standing disagreement in the world of Enochian magical practice about the correlation of the apocalypse with the dissemination of the Liber Loci and the opening of the Liber Loci by the Gabofal ritual actually causing the apocalypse. Of course, correlation isn't causation, and while the journals do strongly correlate them, the revelation of the Liber Loci with becoming apocalypse, it isn't totally clear that the relationship is causal, that unlocking the Liber Loci causes the apocalypse. Though if the Gabofal ritual doesn't inaugurate the apocalypse, then what does it do exactly? Well, good question, because as I pointed out, Dee and Kelly never really seem to have unlocked it or practiced it. My speculative answer is that it seems to be some kind of mechanism for descending, yes, descending toward the divine, perhaps resulting in communion or communication with the Godhead, perhaps in a visionary form, not totally unlike the ecstatic forms of revelation found in other works of Renaissance occultism. Think Ludovico Lazzarelli and Cornelius Agrippa, though I'm really just speculating. It's all rather mysterious and, oh yeah, it's all real scary. I'm serious, apocalyptic levels of scary. Of course, I'll be coming back in the third episode of this series to take a look at the angelical calls themselves. These calls are important both magically and linguistically because they contain extensive sections of translated material and thus insights into the vocabulary, grammar, and syntax of the angelic language itself, a topic that's been profoundly interesting to both occultists and linguists for ages. In fact, it was the so-called Enochian language that got me interested in the academic study of esotericism to begin with. So that episode's going to be a ton of fun to make. I get to channel my inner 14-year-old self. The text of the Liber Loci can be consulted in the original manuscripts in Edward Kelly's hand and Sloan 3189, though it's worth noting that many of the final tables there are incomplete. Though, this incomplete status of the later tables may also prove to be a really important insight into just how they were constructed, a project, however, for another day. Printed sources include the recent and positively encyclopedic Magical Child edition of the Spirit Diaries, along with a really inexpensive and worthwhile CD that can be purchased from Joseph Peterson's amazingly wonderful website, The Twilight Grotto. In my opinion, the most comprehensive study of the Liber Loci and the Gabofal ritual to unlock it is Father Aaron Leach's work, especially his first volume of his study of the angelical language. In fact, this episode would have been really difficult, maybe even impossible, without his wonderful insights and scholarship. I'd really recommend you order his books from his website, where you can get them signed, but also you can more directly support the author himself. Trust me, folks, these publishers and these writers of these occult texts are doing this as a labor of love, and they're not getting rich doing it. Make sure to support small publishers and independent authors. As I mentioned earlier, I'm going to return in a future episode to discuss the angelical calls along with the vocabulary, syntax, and grammar of the angelical language itself. Again, make sure to subscribe, check out my other content, and consider supporting my work of making content like this accessible for free on YouTube by taking a look at my Patreon or perhaps considering a one-time donation. Again, you can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thanks for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Part of Jesus of Nazareth's claim to fame are the many miracles associated with him, from turning water to wine, resurrecting the dead, including himself, kind of somehow, healing the sick, and exorcising demons. These, among other supernatural feats, are taken to be evidence of Jesus' unique status as a human being generally, and as a Messiah specifically. Though several other Galilean miracle workers are known to us both from Jewish history and lore. In fact, they seem to have constituted a unique class of men capable of such miraculous feats known as Anshe Ma'aseh, or men of deeds. In fact, Jesus' Jewish contemporaries very likely would have understood him in something like this category. Let's explore a few of these Galilean miracle workers, or Anshe Ma'aseh, who lived just before and just after the lifetime of Jesus of Nazareth. From Choni the circle maker, who could compel God to make it rain, to Hanina ben Dosa's extreme piety, accidentally inducing miracles, and who forestalled the power of the queen of the demons, to Shimon bar Yochai, so pious that even the key commandments of the Torah didn't apply to him, and whose very gaze could incinerate those before him, and from whom the secrets of the Kabbalah are said to flow. There's even a couple errant resurrection stories of the dead there, one interestingly enough following Sophistikov's and Purim party. If you're interested in the academic study of magic, hermetic philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, or the history of the occult, make sure to subscribe and check out my numerous other topics in esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, reliable, scholarly, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube for free, I hope you consider supporting my work on Patreon with a one-time donation via PayPal, or perhaps with the super thanks below the video. You can find those links below, and I really do appreciate your consideration of supporting the channel and the project of making Esoterica more widely available. And now, let's turn to the Anshe Ma'aseh, the Jewish miracle workers in the generation around the lifetime of Jesus of Nazareth. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Of course, Jesus of Nazareth is without any doubt the most famous of the miracle workers, Jewish or otherwise, of the Second Temple period. However, because of the glare cast by Jesus in early Christianity, it's easy to forget that other such miracle workers abounded in the ancient world generally, and in the Jewish context more specifically. And that context actually makes this episode all the more fun, because it's a collaboration with Andrew over at Religion for Breakfast, where he'll be discussing the concept of Jesus as a magician, or how Jesus would have been understood perhaps as a miracle worker, or perhaps even a goes by his contemporaries. Or better, how his contemporaries might have understood the miracles ascribed to him. But if we want to see through that Jesus glare a bit, what will come into focus is that Jesus the miracle worker was by no means an isolated character in Second Temple period Jewish history. Surviving in the rabbinical literature developed just before, during, and after the lifetime of Jesus are multiple accounts of similar Jewish miracle workers, interestingly enough, who also seem to primarily hail from the Galilee, the same area that Jesus basically hung out in and was, at least from an academic point of view, probably even born into. These miracle workers are sometimes referred to as Anshe Ma'aseh in Hebrew, literally men of deed, though it's really important to note that the term Ma'aseh is heavily loaded in the rabbinical imagination. It's not just any deed they have in mind, but primarily deeds of a kind of supernatural quality, though non-magical in nature, at least not magic or kishuv as defined by the religious authorities at that time. It's kind of interesting what they do count and don't count as magic or sorcery, but that's a topic for another day. Specifically, the term was associated with Ma'aseh Merkava and Ma'aseh Bereshit. The first, a form of mystical speculation and even mystical travel to the realm of the divine palaces and thrones. This is actually perhaps hinted at by Paul in 2 Corinthians, of all places. And the second, Ma'aseh Bereshit, is speculation about the origin and nature of the cosmos. Now, both of these were carefully guarded esoteric theories and practices. In fact, it even says in the Talmud that it would be better not to be born than discuss them with the wrong people. So they were very held carefully by the rabbinical elites of that time. Thus, the term had broader supernatural connotations and still does. Kabbalah Ma'asit, or practical Kabbalah, is virtually indistinguishable from ritual magic in a specifically Orthodox Jewish context, complete with amulets and incantations. Thus, the concept of Anshe Ma'aseh was one of a group of men whose piety or connection to the divine afforded them supernatural powers. While the concept's earliest connections are with the biblical figures of Elijah and Elisha, to whom the literature around them, including the New Testament, is still strongly connected, one of the earliest in the rabbinical context is Choni HaMa'agel, or Choni, the circle maker. Active in the 1st century BCE and attested in both rabbinical literature and in Josephus, Choni is exceptional because of his unique relationship to the divine and his ability to seemingly compel God to bring about rain. Now, the ability to induce rain is exceptional in the Jewish imagination of the time because, as we learn from the later texts of Talmud, Rabbi Yochanan says that God wouldn't entrust 3 keys to the angelic powers of the world: the key of rain, the key of childbirth, and the key to the resurrection of the dead, thus compelling these 3 powers or beyond even the scope of the angels. But Choni is famous, infamous, that during a drought he drew a circle around himself and vowed not to leave until the divine sent rain. In fact, when only a drizzle fell, Choni chastises God, who then sends an absolute torrent. Choni again chastises God, such that a normal quenching rain would fall. Now, this arrogance, hubris even, did not go unnoticed by his rabbinical colleagues. In fact, Shimon Beshetach wanted to excommunicate Choni for this stunt, but couldn't, in knowing that Choni did, in fact, enjoy a special relationship with the divine. In fact, Choni is one of the few rabbinical characters referred to as a son of God, though not any son. Shimon actually compares him to a spoiled son, especially loved by his father, who just throws tantrums and gets his way. So all this is very much a backhanded compliment for Choni. Along with this famous incident of compelling God to make it rain, he is further famous for a kind of Rip Van Winkle episode where he slept for 70 years. In one version of the story found in the later Babylonian Talmud, he actually visits a house of study and, failing to be recognized as the famous, wise, and powerful Choni the Circle Maker, prays for death and receives it. In a more grim version accounted by Josephus, Choni is taken out of hiding during the struggle between warring Jewish factions and told to use his powerful prayers to aid one of those factions. Refusing to use his powers to benefit either faction, his captors have him stoned to death. Even this motif of the miracle worker martyred by Jewish factional contestations would likely have resonated very strongly with the early Jesus movement. Jesus' own death echoing a bit, I think, that of Choni's. A generation later in the same region of the Galilee, the near contemporary of Jesus would have been the miracle worker Chanina ben Dosa. In fact, the Mishnah tells us that with the death of Chanina, the days of the Anshe Ma'aseh came to an end, though it may be more complicated than that. Known primarily for his intense piety and poverty and not his legal rulings, Chanina seems to have almost accidentally caused miracles all around him. And conversely, with the impertinent, arrogant Choni, the literature calls actually overly familiar with heaven. Choni is a little arrogant. Chanina is the perfect model of honest piety or chassidut. Unable to even send offerings to Jerusalem because of his poverty, he would only offer a hand-hewn stone. Unable to even pay the tiny amount to have others take it to Jerusalem for him, God actually sends 5 angels and, on account of his piety, magically teleport him from Galilee to the Jerusalem temple. Again, an instance similar to those in the New Testament where pious poverty produces miraculous effect. In another tale, we learn that Chanina and his wife were so poor that they subsisted on carob beans even on Shabbat, setting fires in their ovens only to keep up appearances. When a nosy neighbor intruded, loaves of bread and dough miraculously appeared. Of course, the miraculous production of loaves again echoes other tales in the New Testament. In another story, he prays to end his poverty, and the golden leg of a table miraculously appears, only to be returned by him due to his radical piety. In yet another account, his daughter mistakenly puts vinegar rather than oil out for the Sabbath lights. Miraculously, the vinegar burns as oil, and even in a later account, for the entire period of the Shabbat, even all the way up to the next evening, Havdalah. This tale has a kind of vinegar and oil character, perhaps homologous to the water and the wine miracle to be found in the Gospel of John. Further feats abound as well. His goats are accused of wrongdoing, such that he subjects them to an ordeal. If they are in the wrong, let them be killed by bears, and if they are in fact in the right, let them bring home bears on their horns. Of course, contests with bears have echoes of the tale of the youths with Elisha, who prays and has them mauled by bears, specifically she-bears. Man, I really love that story. It's one of my favorite stories in the Tanakh. Well, you know what happens. The goats bring home bears. He magically extends the roof beams of a woman building her house. His donkey refuses to eat among the thieves that steal him. Even his donkey is praised for his piety. And famously, while praying, a poisonous lizard bites Chanina ben Dosa, ironically killing the lizard, giving rise to the wonderful Talmudic expression, woe to the man bitten by a lizard, but woe to the lizard that bites Chanina ben Dosa. Of course, as the tale is told and retold in the centuries that follow, by the time we get to the Talmudic literature, the lizard has become a dragon-like scourge of the village, and Chanina willingly offers up his leg to be bitten. One begins to see why the later Talmud would describe Chanina's wife as accustomed to miracles. His prayers were also said to be particularly effective in healing disease, even at a distance, all the while disclaiming any prophetic powers on his behalf. Rather, Chanina claimed that if his prayers were fluent, healing would follow in his experience, and on 2 occasions in the text, his prayers seemed to be effective when all else failed. Even recognized scholars' prayers seem to be nothing compared to the power of Chanina's. And finally, we're even told of an instance where Chanina encountered the queen of the demons. The queen of the demons, Agrat, the daughter of Machalat, with her host of 180,000 angels of destruction who rampaged all day and all night. Encountering Chanina, she says that were it not for his merit in heaven, she would have killed him. He replies that if he has any merit in heaven at all, let her never pass through regions inhabited by people ever again. But she begs for mercy, and Chanina relents even to the queen of the demons, allowing her to rampage, but only on Friday and Wednesday nights. With Chanina in focus, many of the miracle stories attributed to Jesus also began to make much more sense in this very specifically Jewish context of the Anshe Ma'aseh, with people like Jesus and Chanina being very much like peers in that sense. I mean, they literally lived at the exact same time. They could have gone out for a beer with each other. It also seems interesting to see how tales in the early Mishnaic literature become inflated in power in their repetition in later Talmudic literature, much in the same way that miracle accounts in the Gospel of Mark become inflated in the later Gospel of John. I think often of Jesus' healing miracles, where early on he has to make mud and rub it into their eyes, whereas in later accounts he just walks past their house and heals them at a distance. The last character from the world of the Tanaim, or the generation of the composition of that core text of Judaism, the Mishnah, would also be one of the most complex, mysterious, and extreme in Jewish history. Shimon Bar Yochai, student of Akiva and active sometime after the destruction of the Jerusalem temple, thus making him a rough contemporary of someone like Polycarp, or a younger contemporary perhaps of Justin Martyr, to put it in more Christian context. Unlike many other rabbis of his time who argued that one should be gainfully employed and study the Torah, Shimon actually argued that Torah study with the correct intention should be the sole occupation of one's life, to the exception of virtually everything else, even arguing that those who studied the Torah were superior to the power of kings or the purity of priests. Indeed, he faults the glories and achievements of the Roman Empire as eventually coming to nothing compared to the longer game of Torah study. Even visiting the sick and praying are sometimes taken to be a waste of his time compared to the singular devotion he has to study. In fact, Shimon Bar Yochai took himself to be exempted from even reciting the core prayer of Jewish life, the Shema, which declares the existence and unity of the divine, because he felt that it was basically redundant, given the fact they spent every waking hour in the study of the Torah. This extreme devotion to study, even to the point of such a deeply antinomian position, troubled his contemporaries, but all of them admitted of his radical sanctity, even if his legal rulings never obtained. Indeed, Shimon's kind of notorious for his rulings in Jewish law. He was famously permissive when it came to agricultural law, which affected most of the population, and extremely strict in other matters. This odd polarity between strictness and levity can also be seen in some of Jesus' legal rulings as well. For instance, his liberality when it comes to observance of the Shabbat, but his unprecedented stricture when it came to divorce. Despite this liberality by Shimon Bar Yochai in agricultural law, he still infamously declared that an unlearned person, even if pious and upright, is still cursed before God. Indeed, he seems to have been shockingly self-confident of his own righteousness and that of his son, such that he declared that if there were 1,000 men of the highest order, he and his son Eliezer would be among them. And if there were only 2 such men, he and his son would be them, such that their righteous merit, that of Shimon Bar Yochai and his son, could, quote, absolve the world from judgment for sins created from the day the world was created until now. Indeed, Shimon and his son would feature in the most famous story about this saintful and dreadful man. Like Hanina ben Dosa, Shimon Bar Yochai was also accustomed to miracles as a text habit, but as tensions flared with the Roman authorities, Shimon and his son had to go into hiding, even from his own wife, who he thought the Romans would capture, torture, so that they could find him. Thus he hid in a cave with his son for 13 years, we're told, fed by a miraculous carob tree and a well that would spring up for their needs. They would spend every day up to their necks in dirt, except for on the Shabbat, where they would get dressed and pray. After 13 years passed and the threat was over, the prophet Elijah bid them to exit the cave, but seeing people doing common tasks like planting and sowing fields, the horribly righteous gaze of the two incinerated anyone and everything it fell upon. Worrying that they would destroy the entire world, a heavenly voice, the voice of God, ordered them back into the cave for yet another year. While his son's gaze still destroyed everything it fell upon, Shimon's now repaired it. Finally, he spotted an elderly man preparing diligently for the Sabbath, and finally this whole laser eye thing came to an end. Given the positively otherworldly character of Shimon Bar Yochai, the rabbis of the period